Okay. So what were we doing exactly, Scott? We doing half or what? Of the 1297. we have a special day just for you guys today, all right? So if you happen to be here, if you are listening here and tuned in to the options workshop we got going on today, you're in for a big treat because today we have, you know it, Nic Chahine in the house. And we're going to go over some options. We're going to go over the market. We're going to go over market themes. We are going to go over the whole 9 yards from 1 to 9. And everybody that has questions, please pitch in. We need you to be engaged. We need you to be, interactive. Put your questions in the chat. Talk to us. Let us know what questions you have. This is for you if you did not know. So we're going to be starting in a couple minutes, guys. Get ready. Get your popcorn ready. Whatever it is that you're doing right now. And we are going to start about 8-9 minutes. So let's keep the nice beats running, Harvey. Guys, we just launched this sentiment indicator. Go ahead and choose, vote. Let us know. What do you think is the main theme moving the markets today? I made a poll just for you guys, okay? So take the poll. This is called the Zinger Sentiment Indicator, where we find out what retail is thinking about. Retail is a huge part of the market, all right? And a lot of retail is actually private investment too as well. It's not just, guys like you and me. So let's see what you guys are thinking about. Please make sure to answer the poll, because once we get started, we are going to be going over this specifically, all right? And I'm keeping tabs. Last time inflation seemed to be the one that's moving the market. A lot of people think it's all of the above. Some people say they have no idea, which it's totally understandable in today's market. But let's go ahead and take that poll, guys, so that we can all get a good feeling for where we all are standing at as retail traders.
I'm just going to jump in while we wait for votes and mention off the record that image is Nic Chahine and his powerful options mastermind skill set taking over the world. So I am specifically excited for today because we kind of have a Halloween edition. We're giving a free gift for everyone who's live.
Wow.
So welcome everyone. You are lucky that you are joining today on a Friday. If you're educating yourself on a Friday, you deserve a little bit extra. So we're going to give everyone a free gift today if you're live and attending.
I mean, this is the best thing you could do on a Friday, seriously. What else do you want to be doing, man? If you want to crack a beer, go ahead and do it. But still, don't lose track of the goal, guys. We're here to make money and learn.
Learn. Make money comes later. Learn.
I love when Nick is real. Let's go, Nick. So how are we doing, Nick? How was your day? What's going on today in the market? Tell me.
Well, my day started horrible. I finished the write-ups in the morning. I shared them with the team in the chat rooms, and then boom, my internet goes out.
Oh yeah.
And then you get the message that says, "Oh, it'll be up at 12:30 or 12:20." I like how they say 12:19.
So you're saying we got a short Comcast, is what you're saying? Because I'm not
Cox.
Cox.
Yeah.
Short Cox.
I'm not sure it is
I don't think they're traded.
a public company, but
I mean, Comcast is equally as bad. So
they're all bad. They're all bad. So
look, it's a great short trade, to be honest. Like all these
but then again, the day turned around. We had an incredible session in the chat room. I don't like to just concentrate on short-term trades, but man, was it fruitful today. Ooh, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we're in for a great session, guys. Nick runs the show here when it comes to options. He's been with Benzinga for about, 200 years, and Nick just knows options very well. The man has written books about it, and I can tell you personally that as an options trader, I really got my hooks and my jabs from Nick. It's not just about buying calls and puts, guys. There's a lot more to it.
Yeah. Head movement.
So what do you think about the poll, Nick? Do you think it's still all the above? Do you think it's...
I didn't read all of them. There was inflation. What was the question again?
Okay. All right. So I'm going to repeat the question. This is the poll. It's called the Zinger Sentiment Indicator. And it's basically like a sentiment indicator for retail traders, right? It's something that we're doing, and it's giving everybody a better insight. So like here's the question. What do you think is the main theme moving the markets? And you have a couple of choices. So the first choice is inflation. The second one is earnings. The third one is supply chain issues. The fourth is infrastructure bill. The fifth one is all of the above. And the sixth one is I have no idea. Which one do you think it is?
Okay, so what's moving the markets? It's kind of like a misleading question. So I'll answer. If I had to pick one, I would say
the main one.
Earnings, because all the other ones don't matter.
1 month ago, 2 months ago, you would have said inflation.
No, I wouldn't have never said inflation. I would have said investor sentiment from whatever is running on CNBC's crisis headline.
Yeah, they always have this show called what is it? Market in Turmoil, and it's like
markets in turmoil.
Yeah, so it's like a segment they do, but it's part of their show, So like a lot of people might get it like, oh my God, I need to sell everything. I need to get out of the market. And it's really just part of their show, Like
well, that's how they make money. I mean, you can't fault them. It's not like they're evil. It's just they want to. If there's nothing going on, nobody's going to watch news.
Right, and there's definitely a good chunk of people there that definitely deserve a shout out. Josh Brown, Jenny Harrington.
So like, for example, yesterday, the TLT is the opposite of yields. When they say runaway yields, how much did you hear that? Oh, runaway yields, they're growing. They haven't been this high since blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So I went long the TLT, which is basically shorting that idea. I made money. So yesterday, the TLT drops because I closed. What is it with
you and TLT, man? Like you and TLT have
because that's what is in my face. It's easy. It's in my face. So, and then I read a headline, rates explode again. Explode. It had one green day. they rose one day.
It's all about headlines. It's all about the catching eyes.
They exploded higher in capital letters, so you can tell who did that on Twitter. So anyway.
Yeah, probably a new guy.
No, it wasn't. It's the whatever Zero Hedge.
Oh, Zero Hedge. I trust Zero Hedge. I mean, Zero Hedge is. I've been following.
They deliver news fast, not as fast as Benzinga, but they deliver some pretty good headlines.
Yeah, nobody touches Benzinga.
No, Benzinga is pretty awesome. That's why you got the investment, peoples.
King of news.
Yeah, that's a good job on that one, by the way. Behringer deal things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're all focused on retail. That's really what we care about.
You empower the little guy. So
the little guy for sure.
Yikes. Okay.
You know what time it is, guys?
What time is it?
What? Oh, wait, we're live.
I'm just here managing the time on you guys. So
a simple tap would have done. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, a little.
I gotta make sure everyone's awake and alert. they're in for some learning happening here. So let's give it a couple more minutes for while people trickle in. Maybe if we want to get people's fingers warmed up. What should we ask the audience today, Rodrigo? What do you feel like asking the audience? Do we want to
Well,
know
I
where
always
they're from?
want to know where the hell they're looking from. So where are you guys from? Let us know in the chat.
Yes.
Are you from Europe or from
We
Sweden?
already have somebody from Nigeria right there.
I know that person. I got a lot of friends from Nigeria, actually. You see, the good thing about this, Nick, is that we get to talk to a lot of
Italy.
retail traders all around the
Toronto.
world, man.
California. Yeah, whoa.
Cali. Nick's from Cali. He loves it there.
Well, I live in Cali. I'm from Beirut.
Hey, Nick, if you want to start sharing your screen, we can kind of get that up.
Yeah,
and running.
okay. Can do.
Beautiful.
Okay. Boston. Shout out to Boston. I love Boston. Michigan. You guys gonna win today? Tomorrow? What's the day of the game? Andrew Weiss thinks that Michigan is gonna win, but who knows? So Nick, what's going on today? Are we?
Wow,
are we
we're all
ready
over
to
the place.
start?
We've got Peru, Chile, Nigeria, Boston.
Nigeria.
So
Boston.
what do we have going on today?
Okay, well, not okay. So we already asked. We still got the poll running. So let me just run it really quick. Okay, we have 141 people right now, 142 in the Zoom call.
All right, Amar Ahlan.
But only 114 of you have answered the poll. So we're not going to start until all of you answer the poll. All right.
Oh my goodness.
Let's just be clear about it.
We can be here for days now.
We will be here if we need to do it.
Hey,
yes.
I can't do 3 hours like last time. I'm going to have to cut it.
4 hours today. Okay.
Hard line at the 2 hour mark. I do have a honeydew list that's growing considerably.
With the chat room. Okay.
Hello,
all right, guys. So we have 116 votes. If you did not vote right now, by this point, you're not going to have a chance to vote. I'm ending the poll in 5 seconds, and then we're going to share the results here.
Bangladesh.
I see people from all over the world, and this is very awesome.
That's so cool. I mean, who'd have thunk it, right? That's amazing.
Okay.
I love that.
All right, guys. If you didn't vote, bad luck. So these are the results. I'm going to share them with you. It seems like the answers are changing now, Nick.
Earnings. And then all of the above. I like the all of the above.
I like
Indecisive, those they throw all of the above. Actually, they're not wrong. But I'll tell you my opinion. So let's just jump in. Are you ready? Can I start?
Question is, are you ready, Nick?
Okay, I am ready.
Okay,
so Pakistan. So here's the deal. This is what you're looking at is the S&P 500. This is the SPY. So in September, everybody was freaking out. And my statement was this crisis is based on sentiment, investor sentiment. That's the only variable. Nothing else changed. Oh, the Fed this, the Fed that. They didn't change anything. What they did is they unofficially announced the taper, which is not the end of the QE. It's the start of the end of the QE. So in essence, they guaranteed us that the QE will continue into next year, at least half of the year. And then beyond that, there's no tightening. There's no QT. In 2018, there was a QT. They were raising rates and selling assets. Now their rates are zero and they're still buying assets. They're buying fewer. They will start buying fewer and fewer. That's the taper. So every month they buy $120 billion worth of stuff. So that money goes into the economy. So that's what they can, what is that? $1.4 trillion a year. That's an insane amount of money. So here's a question for you. What comes after a trillion?
a quadrillion.
Yes,
Quadrillion.
thanks for ruining it. I'm just asking. There we go.
I
bet you 90% of the people out there don't know. That's how high trillion is. It is so much money. It's not even, I mean, it's inconceivable. So I usually, Jillian. So I usually say, hey, it's Jill, says Jillian. So I usually say, if you buy or if you spend $1 million a day for 2,740 years, you will get to a trillion. And we just put 5 of those into the US economy. So that's how much money is levitating everything. So who can short that? Nobody. So this stent, I made the bet with my readers and in the chat room that we will make new all-time highs before we correct. And what did we do this week? New all-time highs. Here's the secret though. Don't believe it until this guy breaks into new all-time highs. And if this guy breaks into new all-time highs, we go higher. So if this fails, this is where we're going. People won't believe it. It's going to be like a 8 to 13% rally. But, and lesson number 1 from the chat room, no trigger, no trade. I won't anticipate. I want to see. If you don't believe me that that's a lesson in the chat room, very helpful. Okay, this is the chat room right now. They're supposed to be gone. They're still here. 1 second. There we go. Somebody said in the chat room, just from today, thank you, Nick, for saving my butt. Okay, here. There, Archie. Hey, Archie, say hi. So, wow, SPX 4607. This was today's action. I'm glad I didn't short it. They were trying to short it. They shared their own chart. And I said, hey, based on your chart, this one, they posted their chart here and they said, this looks like a bearish pattern. I'm going to short. So I said, remember, don't short until you see this gone. And it didn't go. He said, later, I'm glad I didn't short. Thanks for the lesson on the NTNT. So for the new people in the room here, I said, in case you're new, let me share with you what is NTNT. And this is it. Basically, don't jump the gun, wait for the confirmation. All right, back to the regular program. Ahlan Fahad. So here we go. Let's start with the definition of risk. The other day, I forgot to do that. Today, I will do that. So think about it. If I ask you to teach a class about risk, give me the definition. I know all of you will get most of it right. And I also know that none of you will get everything right unless you've been here before with me. So I'll give you a minute, see if you can plop in a few answers. Crickets. Hi, Najib. Okay, Juan, you're not wrong. Okay, Bern, you're not wrong either. Amount. See, there we go. The most wagering if things will go your way. Okay, that's one side of it, Jason. I get it. See, nobody's getting chance. Okay, Anu, I get it. Expected loss. See, stop right there. If you combine Boris and Anu, you get the answer. Okay, so here's the deal.
Why do you always ask this question? Like, just so everybody
Why?
understands?
Because it is so important to winning in life, whether you're doing investment, if you're in sports, if you're playing poker, if you're riding a bicycle and somebody entices you to jump a gap. So you look down in the hole and you see, well, what happens if I miss the gap? That's how much money I can lose. And then what are my odds of clearing the gap? That's what are my odds of success. So it applies to everything. But with options, it is super important. Okay, check it out. So we all have the carrot out there, the reward out there. So risk is 2 pieces. First piece is how much money can I lose? You all got that right. You know, what's the consequence? What's the worst case scenario? And then I talk it over with my family, my boss, whoever I'm investing for. And I say, okay, we accept the risk, whatever it is, $500, $10,000, whatever it is. So that's one. So the second part of risk is, what are my odds of success? Okay, so what are my chances? And that is the part we manage. This part we don't manage. We decide on, we put it aside, and we move on. This is the part we manage. And let me tell you how. So when you say you like a stock ABC, you do your homework, you think you have a good chance, and you assign yourself a mental note on a good chance of success. I think it's going up and I'm fairly confident. So that fairly confident in your mind, you give it a 75%, whatever number pops into your mind. Luckily with options, that number is actually on a piece of paper. I don't have to guess, and we'll talk about that later. But let's go with the fact that you assign yourself a theoretical odds of success. You do homework, you find out that, hey, nobody's paying attention to the fact that blah, 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 gives this company a little bit of edge. So I'm going to jump in long before everybody else starts talking about it. That's how you give yourself edge, right? So you do your homework, you assign yourself a percentage. So then time goes by, the stock is not rallying, and then you revisit that percentage. Was I right? What is that still likely? If it's not, then your percentages drop, then you should manage the trade according to your percentage change. Okay. So let's say I go long a stock based on a headline that's coming and production, and the production doesn't start. So I was wrong. My percentage drops considerably. Therefore, I should get out of the trade. My assumption is wrong. So that is the part we manage, the percent. So keep that in mind, because in options, that is a number on a piece of paper. Okay. So if you have a lesson from today, if you have a few bullet points you want to write down on a piece of paper from today, number one, be conscious that every time you take a trade, you work these two things. First of all, you decide on an adequate size of the trade. If you're not confident to give the trade to your mother, then you shouldn't make it big. This is like my litmus test. My mom is aging and she would definitely need a sure thing. If I put her in a trade that's not a sure thing, I'm doing an evil thing. So this is where, if I don't, this is like my litmus test, find yours. If I won't give it to my mom, it should be a small trade. So decide on an appropriate size. If you have a lot of conviction, seriously big conviction, don't be afraid to go big, but you have to manage the odds. And then second part, before you deploy the trade, you assign yourself, okay, my odds are this good or that good. So then that's the part I manage in order not to lose all of this. Okay, so I have to be confident. This is step one. Make sure you establish this and then manage that. That's one. The second lesson from today is the NTNT acronym. So write it down. And what that says, if I don't have a reason to take the trade, I shouldn't take it. NTNT stands for no trigger, no trade. So no trading willy-nilly. Okay, that's the first thing. This T is so important. So you're saying, but I'm not a technician. I don't know how to draw a line here, and that will be a trigger, and then I'll take the trade. Then I say, no problem. This T also stands for thesis. So if you're not a technician, but you do homework and you find fundamental reasons to go along a stock, like if you do homework on Intel and you find out that it's priced so cheaply, like a bank, and then you do more homework and you say, whoa, it makes more money than NVIDIA and AMD combined twice over, and nobody respects it, that might be a sleeper spike down the line. You take long the stock. That is a thesis. That is a reason to get long, which I did today. So no trigger from the chart, no trade, no thesis, no trade. Why do I say that? I get often, hey, I'm in trouble with this trade. What do you think I should do? Should I close it? It happened to me today, first thing in the morning in the chat room. Somebody was long Amazon puts today. And he said that they were long Amazon puts already and they have a win. But before they said that, I said, why did you take the trade? They said that it is for the earnings. So they lucked out with a dip. And they were asking to see if they should stay in the trade. My first question is, why did you take it? So they gave me the reason. I said, well, the earnings are gone. Shouldn't you take the trade off? Well, I was hoping it falls. I was like, hoping. Do you have a reason on the chart? And then that prompted me to go to the chart of Amazon to help him make the decision, because I went to the 5-minute chart or 15-minute chart, 5-minute chart. Okay. So Amazon was here somewhere right there. That was early in the morning. I drew it up and I posted it in the chat room and I said, you have all this support here. That looks like a bullish pattern. It looks like they're going to trigger long. Sure enough, this happened just after. So if he'd stayed hoping in the trade, then he would have lost his profits. So he was willing to stay in the trade, basically take it again, in essence, without a trigger, without a thesis. He got his move. His thesis played out. He should have gotten out, and he did, luckily. He booked it. I think it was Artur's in the chat. If I scroll high enough, I'll find this conversation so you'd know that I'm not making this stuff up. So this is what happens here all day, every day. in the morning, got hit with the question, it's worth checking out. That's Intel, Amazon. There we go. That's the chart right there. So that was in the morning. Look, 8 my time in California. So an hour and a half after the open, he was debating whether he should get out or not. And then I said, this could happen, but it has support down here. So this is not likely to happen. And look how it unfolded. Where did I put there? 33.6, there was resistance, and 3,400-ish, there was resistance.
So Nick, just to get this straight, a chat member, for everybody to kind of like grasp this.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
A chat member came in, asked you a question about their trade,
Yep.
and you gave them a full response of
Yep.
analysis of their trade.
And they gave me the question came in direct message. So he didn't share it in here. His name is Artur. And then I said, this is for you. I said, I have no reason to believe it falls, so you should close. And then somebody here asked him, hey, Artur, did you close your trade? Because he disclosed he was doing a trade, which I missed. There we go. Look, see? Abelman says, Artur, Amazon bounced off the view up, looking resilient. So they were talking about it. So that is how you trade better if you're in a group. If he was alone, maybe he would have made the mistake. In a group, we're so much stronger. All right, so no trigger, no trade. That is so important. And the definition of risk, think of every entry point like that. All right, so let's talk options. Are you guys ready to talk options? Oops. And if so, yes. Okay, so tell me, give me a 1 if you've never done options before. I want to see what kind of, okay. Keep going. No, just give me a 1 if you've never done options. I want to know how many, I'm going to estimate how many are totally new. Hey, Najib. There's Omar. Omar is a 2. So I'm going to assume a 2, you mean that you've done some. Okay, so there are a lot of 1s. I've done options before. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to assume that we don't know anything, so we'll start fresh, and then we'll go from there to see how we can go. So this is a paper trading account. Don't get too excited. There we go. All right, so I'm trying to pick which ticker to. We'll go with Apple. Always a good example. All right. So let's see here. I'll start with this side. You've heard the word put and you've heard the word call. You instinctively, maybe you think you've been hearing that put is bearish, call is bullish. That's not the case. They can be bearish, either of them, and they can be bullish, either of them. It's what you do with the put or the call that makes it a bullish position from your perspective or bearish position. So let's start with what the heck are options? They're a bunch of contracts. They came from the 1800s, I believe. I'll give you an example why they existed. I think if, let's say you have a pizza shop and cheese is like 50% of your cost of goods. So it's an important line item. And it keeps going up and down in prices. You can't forecast your future. So it's killing you. So what you do is you go out and hedge your bet by buying kind of like a futures options on cheese. So somebody will say, I guarantee you your price of cheese at that level. And they price it at a point where it's slightly more than, they know their thing. So they'll price it at a premium. So you're making money the whole time. They're making money the whole time. And your price is fixed at a little bit of premium. So then you know your P&L is going to be stable. So that's where they came from. So they are contracts. So by definition, a contract usually has a number of days. Check this out. This is, I chose December of this year. Still has 49 days on the clock. So they have a term limit, like when do they end? They have a strike price. This column shows price. Currently, Apple is 150. It's right there. That's where the color changes. So I can choose a put. I can choose to buy a put at this level, lower, 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 lower. So you're saying, what is a put? Let me explain it from the safety perspective. It's the easiest way to do it. So we agreed they're a contract. So I am buying a contract. So let's say, who buys a contract of puts? Let's say I own 100 shares of Apple, and I'm going on vacation. I'm not going to have access to my computer. I'm worried about event A or B or C. I want to buy some peace of mind. I heard something in the grapevine. So I go out and say, you know what? I need to insure my shares. So I go out and buy an Apple 135 put. Why 135? Because I chose it. I could have chosen 140, 145. It depends on where did I buy Apple. Like if I bought it at 110 and I'm willing to lose my share, but not before they go, I'm willing to protect my shares, but not at a certain level. So what does this give me? This gives me the right, not an obligation. I don't have to do it. I just choose to do it, to sell my shares at 135. So how does that happen? When I buy this, the seller, the other side of the trade, which could be me, if you're doing it, I could be the one selling it to you, or vice versa. The seller guarantees they will buy the shares at 135. Why would they want to do that? Let's say they want the shares, but not here. Yes, one contract is 100 shares. That's always the case. So let's say I did homework on Apple. Okay, I'm telling you the seller of the put. Why would they want to do that? So this is Apple. Let's say, ooh, I like it. Wow, those are funny candles. So I wish Apple was at 135. This is what I would say to myself. I'd like to buy it at 135. So I go out there and I sell a 135 put. This one. What does that give me? That doesn't guarantee me anything. It gives me money right away. And it tells me that if this person, the buyer of that put, wants to give me their shares at 135, they can do so for 49 days. So when price falls and collapses, they may choose to give me my shares. I say it that way because it doesn't always happen that way. You buy insurance on your car. If you have a fender bender, it's lower than your deductible, you're not going to file a claim. Am I right? Okay. Same concept. The buyer of the put has the right, but not the obligation to exercise that right. And they would give you the shares at 135. So you, the seller of the put, wake up one day, oh, shoot, I've got 100 shares of Apple. Well, yeah, because you said you would, you collected money for it. So your break-even point, if you sold the put, is 134. Why is it? Because you're collecting almost $1. I'm rounding for easy math. You're collecting $1 for that promise, and they have 49 days to exercise that right. So that is what it means to buy a put and sell a put. So in this case, there's no idiots out there. It's symbiotic relationship. They want peace of mind, the buyer. You want to buy the shares cheaper, the seller of the put. So happy. So you'd be happy if Apple falls to 135 so you can buy the shares of 135. They'd be happy that they bought the put from you, the insurance, because now they're out of their shares based on their calculations. So it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. You just have to remember that there is always the other side of the trade, So the buyer and the seller. So when you hear on CNBC, they are buying the 135 put in size. I don't know why they would say that. Because for every buyer, there is a seller on the other end. So they assume that the buyers are smarter or more desperate. So they can tell that the buyer, the transaction went on the bid or on the ask. So then they deduce that one person is more desperate than the other. I think they're wrong doing that. And I'll tell you why. So here's another thing you hear when you take a class on options. Most options expire worthless, right? So if they are buying options in size in one spot, shouldn't be that spot to be avoided because they're all going to expire worthless, because that by definition is, quote, most. So if you see like this contract here, let's see here, 103,000 contracts right there. So if they are correct on most options expire worthless, Apple should not rise, because if it does, these will not expire worthless. You see what I mean? So don't chase headlines that you hear on TV, especially if you hear on TV. because if you do, you're so late in the chain, you're the person buying other people's profits. Okay, so if you're in like Flynn fast, if you have a tool like Benzinga or something, or if I showed you early that, hey, there's something funky next week, then okay. But if you're hearing it on TV or reading it on Yahoo News, you're too late. That's my opinion. You may get lucky here and there, but by definition, you're too late. Okay, so back to the example. So now we're kind of comfortable with what's a put. It's a contract. It's called a put option. The buyer gets the right to sell their shares at that price. The seller has the obligation to buy their shares at that price. This is my favorite way of making money. My absolute favorite way of making money. I call it making money with other people's money. So on days where a stock is collapsing, absolutely getting shellacked, if I know the company, if I know the levels, I will sell puts into that fear, because the puts will be, let me pick one. The puts will be elevated. Zen today was falling out of control. Well, it's not very liquid. What other stock fell today? Amazon? Yeah, but that's too expensive. Okay, so this one is falling out of control. So let's say I know Zen. Starbucks fell. Okay, maybe Starbucks is a better example. It's more liquid. Okay, there we go. So Starbucks fell. Intel dropped after the earnings. Yeah, but I wanted to show how hot the puts are. Okay, so the let me see here. Let's go to this week's contract. So this contract expired today. So the look at how expensive, how much premium they gained from the drop. So I would be seller of this premium, but out in time, because people are panicking. The demand for puts is high. I'd be a willing seller at a premium. Okay, we'll check Roku in a little bit. So if I went out to December or January and I said, you know what, I would love to own Starbucks at 95. So let's go look at the chart. Where is 95 for Starbucks? Go to a weekly. All right, so this is 95 for Starbucks right here. So if I wanted to own Starbucks at 95, I would have sold puts today on the drop. I would have collected $1, maybe more if it was worse in the morning. And then what happens? I would just sit and wait. All I have to do is just wait for time to die. And if Starbucks stays above 95, they're not going to give me shares, most likely. And I would have created money out of thin air. I would never, ever do this with a stock I do not want to own. Did you hear that part? That's the part people miss, and they blow up accounts. I would never, ever want to do this. Hey, I'll tell you a funny story about Tesla. You're talking about Tesla. We were long Tesla before the super spike. Yep, before the earnings. We went long, and it delivered a huge win against all the naysayers out there. Selling a put is a bullish strategy, Amina, because, well, it depends. It is actually a bullish because the act of selling a put wins if price doesn't go there. So but you don't need a rally. So let's talk about that. That's a good question. How is selling a put different than buying shares or buying a call? So if I buy shares in Apple or Starbucks or any stock, I need a price increase to profit, correctly? Right? So if I sell a put, I don't need that. In fact, the price can fall as long as it stays above 95. I make the maximum amount of money I can make. So if it rallies, I make money. If it doesn't rally, I make money. If it falls a little bit, I make money. The only way I can lose money is if it collapses, and then maybe I lose money.
Hey, Nick, really quick, just want to jump in here. We're getting a lot of questions about the chat room.
Yep.
I don't know if you mind just showing them on your screen, the chat room.
Yep.
But basically, we have a trading room. It's the trading room with Nic Chahine, where we're talking about trade strategies. People, ask questions about their stocks, what they're doing. And basically, Nick is giving them direct feedback on how to trade it, what's the best way to trade it. A lot of people come in, like you saw, maybe saying, is this a good trade? And Nick gives them feedback. But also it's people that maybe, let's say if you take a trade and you're underwater and you need some like, I guess, suggestions on it or advice on how to move forward with that trade. So Nick does, even if you're in a bad trade, Nick can also help you get out of a bad trade. But there's a game plan. We have sessions on every Sunday, right, Nick? For about 2 hours.
Yeah, Sunday mornings, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We meet. We review between 80 and 110 tickers in this format, live webinar format.
Yeah. Yeah. And that is private. That is not streamed. Like we're doing, this is just a sneak peek. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is definitely private. So yeah, in the chat room, if you want to talk about it, today we had so many opportunities. By the way, yesterday,
Tesla is the biggest winner, Nick, because we've been following Tesla for so long. And
right, Tesla was a big win, but not as big as this one yesterday. Teledoc, we were long here. So it fell. I issued a note saying it's falling on false pretense. I'm buying the dip. And then when it triggered, I think somewhere here, it triggered actually technically. I said, I'm buying December calls. And this happened immediately. So I paid $4.70 for my calls. They went up to $8. So I sold today's calls at 155, for 157 and a half. And that died in my favor. So I collected 38 cents. And I resold next week's 165 call. So I'm still long December call, and I'm short next week's call to try to make 90 cents. So then my entry price would be, if I clear those, like $3 after all said and done. And I would be long Teledoc, a company that is growing tremendously fast. And I think people are underappreciating it. So that's one trade. Tesla was a huge win. Today we won on the SPX, on the QQQ, SPX twice, the QQQ once, and with 2 minutes left in the day. And so I'm pretty good with charts. And I share the opportunities for the fast hands, but that's not the goal here. You know what the goal is? I highlighted it. Don't take my word for it. But the lesson of the NTNT, for example, for this person who actually just, but here, late in the day, somebody comes in and says, new here. So I don't know, Bertram. So they're new here. I plan on finishing the videos from the getting started page, but anyway, so I share videos all the time. And then the other person says, I'm also new here. First step, and what other videos do you recommend? So my post is every day I share at least one video, and today's was for iron condors, 9 or 10 of them, and in it there's a full lesson on how to do options, a full lesson, this one right there. So this video I recorded and shared today. So in it I'll share the trades one step at a time. So all of this happens in the chat room every day, all day. If you can't make it, fine. You pop in and say, what did I miss? What's working? Hey, I have this. What do you think? I mean, to me, I wish I had a tool like this when I was doing my lessons from Cuts and Bruises.
Yep, Nick, and just want to, okay, yeah, so Tony has a quick question. He's basically saying, you're describing terms that we haven't covered. So we have a special education library where it's for chat members. So basically we have videos that Nick has specifically done for you guys in a training method, basically going over everything about what is a call, what is a put, what is a credit put spread, risk management, which is very important. Risk management, you can't just throw that out there. Talk to any financial advisor. Risk management is the most important thing that you need to have, and it's unique to everybody because we're all different.
So let me address the 3 or 4 points. So Matt, here, give me some slack. I'm going to lead it down the path to where it's going to make sense. So if I jump out of line, I will bring it back to line because I'm going towards the same goal. So we're not going to go all over the place. So hang in there. It'll come together. So I've done this once or twice. All right. So you asked me to talk about the chat room. There it is. And back to the elements of a put and a call. So we're still talking about puts to convey how options work. And I'm explaining it from the buyer of the option and the seller of the options point of view. Now I can tell you what happens with time and how do I win. I was saying that. All I needed to win if I sell a put is for nothing to happen. That's what I literally want, which means that time is my friend. So when you buy a call or a put, when you buy options, you're on the clock right away. You need something to happen within an allotment of time. So in this case, there are 84 days. In the other case, when I was talking about Apple, I chose 49 days. I chose the December. So whatever I do, if I buy anything, I have 49 days for it to happen. Therefore, the biggest enemy is time. They call that theta. If you've heard theta, it's just Greek for time. I'm not going to use Greeks here. I'm going to approach it completely differently than what you've ever seen, because it doesn't pay the bills. What pays the bills are two things out of those all Greek things. First of all, acknowledge the fact that time is important, so you better pick your time properly. Okay. And the second part is, remember the definition of risk, the odds. So let's spend a few minutes talking about the odds. Okay. So the odds maker, that's the only Greek that really matters. The odds maker, that's the delta column. So if you look here, I don't have a lot of things. People have bid and ask and this and that. I don't care about bid. I don't care about ask. I deal with liquid stocks, tickers. You should too when it comes to options. And the mark is always going to be about the price I'm going to pay or collect. What is the mark? It's the middle between bid and ask. Sometimes they call it the mid, the mark, depends on the platform. That's what matters. That's the price of that option. If I click on it, you will see bid and ask. The middle is where it's going to fire, plus or minus a few pennies. Okay. So I have delta, which is the guiding light for me. Let me explain to you how you win in options. If you don't know what your odds are, you're winging it with options. I'll give you an idea. So let's say somebody wants to short Apple. If you buy a put and you don't own shares, you're essentially shorting the stock. Not like effectively shorting it like people short it by borrowing and selling. This is a safe way to short a stock. What you need is a drop in price in order for you to make money. If you're just buying a put out of nowhere. Okay, if you don't have shares, then you're not protecting those shares. Therefore, you're bearish the outcome of that company. So if you buy this 110 put here for December, what are the odds of Apple being at $110 in December? I'll go to here, 110 right here. What are the odds of Apple being here? The odds are very slim, right? So look at the delta. It's almost zero. So the delta is telling me there's almost no chance. There's like a 2% chance that Apple would be at 110. So if I buy this one for 16 cents, yes, it's cheap, $16 to bet down, but I'm wasting my money unless a miracle happens and collapse of the stock market or Apple. All right. So if I come up to current price, which is 150, that delta turns into 0.5. Does that ring a bell? 0.5? 50-50. That is your coin flip, people. 50% odds. 80% odds-ish. 2% odds. 80% odds-ish. 85. So the lower you go, the lower the odds, right? So then you need to know what your odds are. So if I wanted to, quote, short Apple by buying a put, I'm not going to buy anything lower than here. I mean, the odds are against me already here. I have a tiny little, this tells me that maybe I have a 12% chance of hitting. So that's the number you need to pay attention to. When I say you manage your risk, this is the number you're managing. If I bought this put and suddenly Apple started rising in price and that number starts dropping because price is rising and it turns into 20. So this is where I revisit. Well, hey, when I bought the put, it was 50 delta and now it's a 20 delta. Shoot, now it's way past my level of tolerance. Then I should close it. So this is the odds maker, the delta. All right. And it works the same way on the call side. We'll address it in a little bit. but this is the odds maker. So now we talked about two Greeks without talking Greeks. Time, T, theta, and delta, the actual odds maker. Okay, so the other important things to know on this piece of paper are the open interest and the implied and the volume. That's confusing for people. Let me walk you through it. So open interest is what positions are today. When we opened the market today, these positions were there. These numbers do not change throughout the day. It's a static number. When we opened, these were all zeros. So this is what happened today. So on Monday, these will change according to what happened today, and these will tick to zero again. So volume is what's going on today. Open interest is what we woke up with. So overnight, these will update those one time, and then it remains static all day. There's nobody that provides you a dynamic open interest column. Okay, so it is a static number. So now we've established what the difference between volume and open interest. What is this guy? Very important piece. And this is called the implied volatility. And I wish that we still had one day with options with earnings, because I would have showed you. We did this presentation, a similar one on Wednesday or Tuesday, and it was so clear. Like Amazon. If you bought options for Amazon for this week, you overpaid 3 times over. And then as soon as it opened, those 3 times over expense thing goes away. So immediately you lose 2/3 of your money. It goes away, regardless of which way it goes. So it's important to pay attention to the implied volatility. What is that? It's basically how nervous are people about this thing. So a slowpoke stock like Apple should have a low number, implied volatility of 20. That makes sense because Apple is solid. There shouldn't be anything surprising. And then you go to, give me a volatile stock. OSTK, I hear it was volatile today. Boom, 50. CEI, okay, I don't know what that is. Does it have options?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't, but look how volatile it is, 230. Yeah, I wouldn't touch that. AMC, yeah, AMC would be high.
They just started options for that. Wow.
Yeah, AMC is 110. See, these are high numbers. Ocugen would have a high number as well too, I believe.
This is a good question, Nick. So what are your thoughts when a stock that is not trading options suddenly starts trade, like CEI, right? I was trading that one myself with the stock because there were no options. So what is your opinion on when a stock basically starts putting out options?
Well, it's no different. The main concern is liquid. How quickly can I get in and out? So it looks like this will be liquid. It's just new. So don't be too ballsy with it. That's what I tell you. So don't be too aggressive. This is E-Trade. I'm not recommending it. I mean, it's okay, but I'm not recommending it because it's better than the other ones at all. So please. Neo, great company to deal with. This is pretty aggressive. That's pretty high, 60, 70. Do they report earnings anytime soon? This might be a good one. 1117. Okay, good. Maybe we get lucky. Watch this. Boom. Okay, no. So this is what I wanted to show you. Assuming they're reporting earnings this week, they're not, but let's assume. This is what you will see. You will see that normally the implied volatility, the how nervous people are about it, is stable at 50. But because of an earnings report, it would be like this. So if I buy a put or a call here, I'm overpaying more than double. So that's the point I was trying to make. That's not the case here because they report somewhere in here, but it will be the implied volatility when it gets closer will jump for that period of time. Okay, so Jack is asking if the implied volatility is high, what strategy should you use? Good question. That's a good transition into spreads, but let me delay that for you a little bit. How does delta define odds if change in IV changes delta? The delta doesn't change. If you're at the money, it's going to be 50-50 all the time. The further out from at the money, what is at the money? Let me redefine what at the money is. At the money is wherever current price is. So current price for NEO is 40. That's at the money. That's out of the money calls. That's out of the money puts. Why is it out of the money? Because price is here and the put I'm choosing down here, that's way out of the money. That's in the money put. What does that mean? Price has already fallen through it. So if I buy a put at 70, look how expensive it is. Why? Because it's $30 in the money. If I buy a call up here, it's so cheap. Why? Because it's $30 away from the money. So that's out of the money call, in the money call, out of the money call, in the money put, out of the money put. Low delta is way out of the money. Look, low delta. Up here, it's almost 1. So what you're asking is, what does the delta really mean, I think, per words? The delta, I think, if you look up the definition, it probably says something like what the price of that option, how it changes relative to $1 change in the actual stock price. Confusing, right? Forget it. It's your odds maker. Current price is here. The delta shows me that it's a coin flip. So if I'm looking to buy a $55 call, I'm hoping too much. I only have a 12% chance of success. Look, that's too much, quote, hopium, right? So why not buy something over 30? So 35-ish, 33, 28 is the lowest I would, quote, buy. If I'm buying puts and calls, I wouldn't buy anything lower than that because then I'm just having too much hope. Do I ever buy in the money? I would. So the question is, like, if I buy a call that's in the money, I'm going to show you with this picture. I'm glad you asked there. If I buy a call that's in the money, so today NEO fell 3%. Why? Was there something going on? Anyway, the NEO fell 3%, right? So if you bought an out of the money call, you lost 20% of your money, 15 to 20%. If you bought an in the money call, you only lost 6 to 8%. Why? Because the higher the delta, see how high it is? The higher the delta, which means it's in the money, the more it behaves like a stock. Theoretically, if this was a $1 drop in the stock will be equivalent to $1 drop in here. Do you have to own 100 shares to do any kind of option spread? Absolutely not. You do not need to own shares to do anything in options. What is an ideal delta? Anna, it depends. If I'm buying, I'm selling, every situation is different. I'll share mine. I just said it actually, I'll say it again. If I'm looking to buy a call or a put, I wouldn't buy one with a very low delta. It's just too much to chance. I don't have odds. When I take a trade, I want to put the odds in my favor. That's the advantage of options. I can freaking choose my odds. Why on earth would I buy something that has crappy odds? So I hopefully that answers your question. I want to be at least 70% up on my competition. Why would I want to? You're welcome. Why would I want to buy anything less? So this is where people get confused. All right, let me establish the fact. Who wins most often? Market makers. Why do casinos exist? Because the house wins all the time, right? And market makers are the house. If you know what they do and you play along with them, you will win way more than you will lose. So the way we do it, that's how we do it. We become micro market makers. So market makers are defending our positions. If you do that, if you establish positions to that play along with the market maker, like I will tell you a position I would never ever do, which is buy a straddle. You've heard this conversation maybe once or twice. They buy a straddle, meaning they buy the call and the put at the same price. So that's good because they don't need to guess which way it goes. They just need to know that it's going to go a lot. Well, that's what market makers sell for a living. And I'm not as good as a market maker, therefore I will never do it. That's just the easiest way to put it. If you study that sentence I just told you, you would be so far ahead of 99% of all options traders, it's not even funny. Yeah, that's what I just said, Boris. If you listen, rewind and listen, that's exactly what I said. They make the market. They sell the straddle, basically. They establish the playing. Yeah, okay, here we go with the gamma and vega and all of that. I don't need to play with the gamma, vega, and any of that. I know my strategy is bulletproof within the concept. If I know my levels from the charts, and if I know the expected move from the market makers, I can make my position as bulletproof as it can be. You can't be 100% certain because then there would be no reward, but I would have 85% certainty that my position will win. It will take a miracle for it not to win. Yeah. So you can get fancy as much as you want. I have people in the chat room that quote me Vega and beautiful charts and some, unusual options, activities, tools, and yeah, you can use all of that. Or you can make it so freaking simple, it's not even funny. So focus on your odds, focus on the risk size, be true with your triggers, study your charts, do your homework. I do hours of homework every day for everybody. I get thousands of tickers every month, and I'm constantly doing homework. I have right now more than 30 alerts in my email that I have to go through over the weekend to reset and see if I can make some trades out of them. And the alerts are breakouts and breakdowns. Like all these dashed orange lines, those are alerts. And pick a stock. Neo, I bet you I probably have some. Yep, I have 2 on Neo. Who else? Disney. I have 5 on Disney. So I want to set an alert that I know I can, as soon as it hits, I can go do a trade and have a clear conscience that it's bulletproof. Facebook, we won on Facebook like you wouldn't believe on this dip. So yes, I just closed my Facebook long today. It was a good win, easy win. Plug, I haven't traded Plug in a little bit. I don't have alerts. I should have. So do I use times and sales? Do I use times? Uber. Yep, I have a long history with Uber. Today it fired off Uber. I got an alert on Uber today in my email to look at, start looking to buy the dip. So the alert so that I'm not lying. Is this today? August 1st. It's here somewhere, I promise. There it is. No, that's October 14th. Anyway, it fired today. It's in my inbox. Do I send options alerts? I send full write-ups with videos. Is that good enough? And what's with the caps? What kind of cash do we need? I can do what I do with a tiny account or with a huge account. The bigger the account, the better, the easier. But I've done it with a $5,000 account, with a $10,000 account. Some people do it with a $2,000 account. Robinhood, yeah. If you're asking about the stock, I mean, if you missed the hoopla, this is your chance to get back in. They still have 27 million users. I'm pretty sure they can make money with those somehow. So all the hoopla got priced out of it. I wouldn't mind starting a long. So this is where you put yourself, okay, so I'm taking a long, but I have to stop out. So if it makes a new low, I get out because I don't have any reference points. See, I don't have anything from the chart, so I can't be bulletproof. So I would get out if it makes a new low. Meanwhile, let me look at the metrics on, I know it's still new. I know it doesn't mean a lot. Price to sales. So price to sales is 18. That's pretty humble for a growth company, if it is a growth company. Yes, Stephen, I agree with you there. So one contract of Apple, 14,000. Well, if you have a small account, you shouldn't be selling naked puts. If you have a large account, naked puts selling is the easiest way to actually get into a stock cheaper and or make money along the way if you don't get assigned the stock. Yes, DKNG was on the discussion platter today in the chat room, and I would have to revisit it. So here's my take on earnings. You don't have a clue what's going to happen. You can tell me, oh, they're going to deliver 16 trillion in income, and I can tell you, you don't know what it's going to do tomorrow with that information. It is overnight a coin flip every time. I'll prove it to you. Google hasn't delivered a stinker of a report in 10 years, maybe. Why isn't every earnings reaction up? Okay. And I say this, you can apply that question to any other mega cap, even Apple. Today, Apple delivered a good, strong report. Record sales, record freaking sales, right? And it's down. The report from last time, it fell. I'm sure it was a great report. The report from last time, it fell. The report from last time before that, it fell. This was a pop, a drop, then a pop. So why isn't every report like this, up and away? Okay, so that is the answer. Earnings is an too big a question mark to take a position in size. If you want to, quote, bet on earnings as a gamble, fine. Just realize that if you take it just for the overnight trade, you're gambling. You can go to Vegas and put it on red or on black in blackjack, and or even in odds. I think they have too. Same odds. I promise you, you do not know, because you do not know what people are expecting. It's all about emotions. I know what I'm expecting. I expected a big quarter from Google. I know what my friends were expecting. They didn't expect the big quarter from Google, and we don't know what other people are expecting. So it's all about emotions. Anyway, let's circle back and talk about the options. That's where we started. So there are Greeks, there's Gamma, there's Vega, there's all kinds of stuff. You can delve into them. And I'm not saying they don't work. I'm saying I don't need to get that involved, because the top line, the odds are in the delta, in the charts. And if you're conscious of the time element as to what fits your schedule, what avoids the scheduled events, then you're going to have tremendous success without having to do all of this extra effort. Yes, the KISS method. So yes, indeed. You skipped one S there, but I'll give it to you, John. So it is the other. Here's my take. So people say, somebody asked me today, do you use RSI? Do you use this? I said, I don't. Oh, so they're not good? No, I didn't say that. I found easier ways to do and be as effective, if not more effective, by keeping it simple. And you can use harmonics. They do work. They're self-fulfilling prophecies. I use them to trade Facebook. That's how I shared my entry in Facebook. I said, I think Facebook can rally back to 322. It was like whatever the low was, 325, and 333 or 334 was tier 3 based on harmonics. But you have to specialize in them. They do work, but you have to be a specialty. It has to be your specialty. Tesla, you mentioned the stock that's being undermined. What's the name for it? Intel. I think you're asking about Intel. Okay, David. David asking, how do I know which expiration to get? Good question. Hang in there. I'll get to that. So you see how all these contracts, let's say you get an idea. Let's say David wants to buy Apple. And he goes, okay, what should I buy? Which contract should I buy? I like time on the clock. If I have conviction in my trade, I don't want to fiddle around with like minute to minute. I'm super busy during the day. So I want something that I can look away for a couple of hours and not having to sweat. So I would, at this stage, I would go late December or actual December if I want to implement a strategy with like on a swing trade opportunity. So let's use Apple. So, okay, Apple dipped a little bit. Let's say my theory is that support will hold right here. There should be buyers here tomorrow, Monday. And I think it will come back and try to get to 152. Let's say this is what David is thinking. That's not what I'm thinking, but let's say that this is what he's thinking. So he wants to get long Apple. So David will go into here and say, okay, which one should I do? Well, he could do next week. It's very cheap, but one wrong move and they get priced out. You will lose. Like next week's lost 40%. I bet you if I went to December, it will be a lot less, 10%. So it's a slower move. So that's how I would decide not to do next week.
Hey, Nick, really quick, just want to jump in here. We're getting a lot of questions about the chat room here, guys. So I'm just going to get this out of the way so that we can continue. So basically, the chat room itself, we're doing it 24/7. So obviously, Nick is there from very early in the morning. He's putting a game plan. You have full access to the sessions that we have on Sunday, and that goes for about 2 to 3 hours. You also get trades from Nick in the chat room, active trades. As you know, the market moves and changes every single day. So as the market changes, you get all of the updates, adjust your portfolio, and you get every single question, feedback, everything that you basically would like to get from Nick, right? Is his experience, if you need feedback on trades or a specific strategy that you're trying to do. But basically, we're trading as a community, right? As a community, we are following Nick with his trades. He has a lot of experience doing spreads. And honestly, personally, as an options trader, I can tell you I can sleep more, I can sleep better doing credit put spreads than just having calls and puts. That has been my experience as a retail trader.
All right. So the idea of timing is super important. If I can avoid earnings, I would, because earnings, like I just said, it throws a wrench. So here's a complete trader. That's the way I think about it. Over the weekend, I do all the homework. Yes, I will do spreads, and Brandon, just give it a second. I do homework. I do a video, 10 minutes long. I share on Sunday. I reshare on Monday morning, saying, here's what I think we should do this week. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be focusing on this chart because of this reason. I'm going to ignore this chart because of that reason. I think this could happen. I think that could happen. I think we should watch out for this. So I have my whole week planned. If you believe it, when people were panicking in September, I forget what, the end of September, there were a couple of things that were happening that were big. I said, I think the outcome will be good in both weeks, 2-3 weeks. So I was right all along because I did the homework and I was ready. And I share it. So that's step one. We know what the world is going to be like for the week ahead of time. And then within that world, we pounce on opportunities. Like my job this week was to look which one fell a lot that we can catch. Snap fell into support on strength. Okay, so that would be one. Intel would be one. Apple, not my favorite. I said I wouldn't want to be long Apple. If Apple's rallying, the market's rallying, I'd rather bet on the market and not have to figure out Apple's problems. And I shared the trade for the XLK days and days ahead of the actual breakout. So somebody who watched my video about the XLK that I sent after hours, I believe, I said, this could happen in the XLK. Why not use that instead of the QQQ? And look, it just triggered today, up 0.43, but it's made the move. This could be the upside target. We don't know. Let's see how Mondays unfold. Usually this pattern brings about a lot of upside. So homework, and then the opportunity as it happens. And then most importantly, your contribution in the chat room. I can't tell you how many tickers pop in here from them. Hey, what do you think about this one? What do you think about that one? So things I'm not looking at. I can't remember. So there was a ticker today that I've never seen. This person is asking about Zillow, ZG, the Zillow group. It has two tickers, one Z, one ZG. It's the same thing. Blink, out of the blue. Somebody was looking at that. So PXD, I don't look at that. And then I looked at it and like, dang, that's a good one. All right. So the opportunity is there in group. So you might look at the participation price to be in the chat room as, oh my gosh. And then if you think about it, I mean, it's a no-brainer for me. The amount of effort I put into it, it's an insult to me to see the price almost, but I love doing it. So there's the intangible reward for me. I don't know if you pick up on the tone. I love teaching this stuff because I love sticking it to Wall Street. I'm an engineer. I did not learn this from anybody at Wall Street. I got lucky by doing a lot of homework and having a knack for numbers and then pictures with the charts. And we'll do some charts and you'll see how simple it is. You're asking about my chart setups. I'll share with you in a little bit. So all in due time. But that I did meet a couple of people that actually helped me along the way years ago. And I had 2 or 3 aha moments. I was like, whoa, those really changed my game. How do I do homework? Andrew, give me a ticker right now. Something obscure. Hope AMD. That's not obscure. Disney. Okay, so let's go. I did not look at AMD this week, so that would be good. I'll take out my lines. So AMD, I'll tell you, UNP. Okay, I'll go to UNP because I have not done any homework on UNP. I know that. There we go. Whoa. Okay, perfect. So when I see a chart, this is a daily chart. I usually start with a daily chart if I don't know the company. This gives me 1 year, and I see what's going on. So this was stuck in the consolidation zone, fell apart, and then just rocketed higher, right? So this is wrong. This is wrong. Somewhere in the middle lies the truth. That's not my opinion. That's what the volume says. See that orange line right here? That orange line says that this point right there was the busiest trading point for a year by a long shot. We'll do SoFi in a little bit. Made money on SoFi 2 weeks ago. So these are volume bars down here. Somebody asked me, what do I use as tool? I use volume profile. That's one tool. You know what my number one tool is? The chart, Stephen. Yeah. When I'm looking at a chart, what is my number one tool? No. Looking left. Boom, Jonathan. Eyeballs. So the first thing I did is I looked at levels. I can see this level means a lot because if I look left, look at the white line. Boom, 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 boom. You know that schmutz is happening over here. So that's going to matter. Guess what I'm doing? I'm putting an alert here. Wake me up when you get there. Okay. If you ask me to get long the stock, that's where I'll get long the stock. Or that's like this stock right here. I have another acronym. It's THTH. It's too high to chase and too hot to short. So I take it off my to-do list. I'll put the alert, wake me up when it comes back to here. I'll reconsider. In fact, I would love to get long here. Why? Because I just told you my number two tool is the volume profile. First, eyeballs, look left, find the level. Eyeballs, look left, find the level. Easy. Second tool, get me confirmation from the actual price in the chart. Have you heard it? Price is truth. That's the only truth. That's nobody's opinion. That's actual trades, not opinion of some expert out there, upgrade, downgrade. This is what actually happened. So every time it gets here, they're going to be trading the hell out of it. So if it's falling precipitously, it's going to hit that level and be like a whoop. It's going to be a place where it stops because they love it. Okay. This level matters. So now we just did homework and I leave it. I don't have to look at this chart until one of these things fire. So let me zoom out though, because I have a feeling that this is not the end of the story here. Okay. Let's go to a week. Maybe it is. Nope, it is. Okay, all-time high, then it's definitely my answer. If somebody say, hey, what do you think of this stock? You want to go long? The answer is, this is not an obvious point of entry. This, I would not give my mother. Hey, mom, I got a great stock for you. Well, you better live until you're 130 to get your money back. But, you know. This stuff here is called the volume profile. Volume profile. On this is TradingView. If you use TradingView, it's not called that in there. It's called VPVR, which is volume profile variable range. Overextended, Jonathan, I don't like to use that. What does that mean? Overextended. It's been running too fast, too far, but it doesn't mean overpriced. It doesn't mean you can short it. It just means that you missed it. It's too high to chase, too hot to short. Take it off your people get tempted. I got to short this. Why? You know, like we went long UPST down here. Let me show you where we went long down here. I drew the box and I said the breakout out of the box is going to happen. And then it went up to here and people were like, can I short it? Can I short it? Went up to here. Can I short it? It was like, you can. I'm not going to short it. And then it dropped. And then, but anyway, so I would buy, that's homework. See, look, all these lines I hand draw. If you want to see homework, don't laugh. That's the S&P. Why? Because every morning I drill down and share the daily ranges. So this morning, everybody in my chat room knew exactly what lines to look at. IWM. I do that for every major index, actually. So they know that there's going to look at this. That's where resistance was today. I drew this line before the day started. Look at where it failed. If somebody got my chart in the morning, they knew not to buy calls in the IWM as it went to my resistance line. Period. So we're ready. That's homework.
And that's just really a little sneak peek, really, Nick,
Okay.
of everything that goes in the chat room.
John, on TD Ameritrade, I don't know, but they own Thinkorswim, right? So on Thinkorswim, they have similar stuff in there. I use TPO profile on lower time frames on Thinkorswim, TPO profile. How do I establish resistance level? I look left, and then I use years of looking at charts. Sure thing, Omar. Come join. I promise you, Malim, you're not going to regret it. All right, cool. I don't have an Arabic keyboard though, so you'll have to deal with English. So, okay, back to the conversation. So somebody asked about charts and settings and what you see here. I have 13 things, but they're not. I literally have volume profile that I use, and this blue red line is simply just a visual representation of the regression line. So it kind of gives me a visual channel. It's not tradable. It's not like I buy the blue touch and I sell the blue touch and I buy the blue touch, because it's like you don't know that's going to happen.
Hey, Nick, really quick here, just have to jump in. Shout out to our newest family members here, Tony, Jay, and Sasha. Welcome to the family, guys, of the Options Inner Circle.
So Tony and Sasha, tomorrow, midday, sometime, pop into the chat room, because I will post a link for Sunday's meeting. And every day, if you do anything, pop into the chat before the market opens. So 6 o'clock California time, AM, I will post the daily plan with all the charts for the day. And if you have time to join us in the chat room, would love that. How does a typical week start? So on Sunday, I do a session like this we just did with the charts, where I have a form, you put in your tickers, and it usually ends up being over 100 tickers. I promise you, I run through 100 tickers on Sunday morning live. I record it for people who can't make it, and I share that video on Sunday. So now you're ready for the week with whatever tickers were in there. In addition, I do a 10-minute video, strategy video. And in it, I say, here's what I need to see in order to do that. Yes, you can cope, happiness. I promise. And if you can't, ask a million questions and I'll get you there. It's repetitive. It's the same stuff over and over and over again. And you don't have to do options. I choose options, but my answers work for any style of investing. All right, so back to the question. Then I do a 10-minute video with the strategy. What are we looking for? Like next week, it's going to be so noisy with headlines. There's going to be jobs number, so ADP on Wednesday, and then the actual jobs from the government on Friday. Last month's jobs number was horrendous. That's because the government stunk up the joint. They were minus 34,000 or whatever. It was them. They caused the number to be difficult. I have a sneaky suspicion that they're going to jerry-rig the number to be good next week, but it won't matter. The reaction to it will be knee-jerk. So there's going to be that. And we have another Fed meeting. Like we don't, the only thing they should have done to make it more fun, to make them this week with all the earnings from the mega caps. That would have been super fun. But I'm being sarcastic, of course. But anyway, so next week is going to be very heavy with news.
Nick, really quick here. I just want to share here with you guys some of the Trustpilot reviews here. so that you guys can go ahead and take a look at this for yourself, guys. This is pretty much standard here for what we do. Can you see that, Nick?
I can see. Yeah, hold on. Let me turn off the survey though. It's in the face. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, so this is Trustpilot, guys. You can't mess around with these reviews pretty much. So as you can see, Sean Cook says like these guys love stocks and bourbon. All right. Great service, real-time news. Obviously, Nick always gives you breaking news in the chat room. One-stop shop. You can see there. I mean, this is what people are talking about. Fantastic news on the market delivered. This is basically what people have gotten from the chat room itself. So yeah, just wanted to show everybody there. Nick, you can go ahead and take the chart.
Somebody's asking, Zizi, talk to Rodrigo. He can help you out. I don't have one-on-one coaching, Stephen. It might be in the works. I'm not sure if it's one-on-one. It's probably mathematically not feasible given the size of our group. I mean, here's another testament. The group cannot be this big if we're shitty. Okay. So, and I've been doing this with Benzinga since 2011. I don't remember, 2011 and definitely 2012. So you can't do it this long and not offer value. And by the way, I think, am I right about it being also, they have a period of time to cancel, like 7 days or something? You do? Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. So they usually...
Yeah, there is a 7-day money back guarantee for the chat room. So if you guys want to pop in at any point during the week, and honestly, there's never a better time to do it, especially with what's going on today in the markets regarding rates, inflation, a lot of talk about the yields on bonds, not just that, but also there's just a lot of talk on the street right now, Nick. These are not normal market times. You would agree with that, right? This is not a normal scenario.
I agree that people are making it hasn't been normal for about 5 years.
The volatility is good because we profit from the volatility, but I'm just saying things are not going easy, willy-nilly there, just, straight up, because we have a lot of different catalysts on different sides, supply chain, a lot of things that are impacting the market. And it's not like it used to be before. That's what I hear from, veteran traders, like OG traders.
Benita, what is the best way to start from zero? Get into our program, because I will answer every question you have on every subject you have, except if it's a medical issue.
Yes. And just so you guys know how this whole thing started, right, with the chat room, it's because I trade options, right? And Nick has newsletters here and the chat room, and it's going very well. And, the members are very happy. But personally, myself as an options trader, I've always asked Nick little questions here and there about things that I wanted to understand better and grasp better. And I took so much from it that we thought, why shouldn't we give this to everybody else out there so that they can improve on their options education? And here we are, right? I think like several hundreds of happy members in the chat room. And that's good to see always.
Yep. So my day is super busy, but it's still fun. So Enrique is asking, do I send out specific trades? I do post the trades in the chat room. I tell you, first of all, it's a video. Why is it a video? Because I think it's super important to explain why I'm doing this. So the first thing is the macroeconomic conditions. I always remind us. The other day, I sent out 4 videos about the earnings after the big guys. And I think it was all when Facebook, Google reported, I did a video for those. And then I did 2 videos. I think it was PayPal and something else. And then Hood. Anyway, there was 6 stickers in 3 videos and then 2 other videos. Each video started with a regurgitation of the macroeconomic conditions, because we can't do anything if we don't know what the world looks like. So first, macro. Second, micro. What does this company look like fundamentally? Third, the thesis. Why am I doing this trade? Okay. And then what would stop me out? I will share several things and how. And then I would say, how do I take the trade? And I would say offer 4 different ways. In fact, hold on for a second. Hold that thought. Where we go? Wait. Okay, I know I did Texas Instruments recently. I'm just going to grab the last 2 from this group here. Hold on. Where is it? There we go. Long day, folks. Long week, so bear with me. And this morning I started like yelling at Cox Communications. I hate it when they say, click here for live help, and it's a bot. Hello, my name is Oliver. And then you answer, I didn't understand this. So I cussed Oliver out because I knew it was a machine. And okay, sharing. Share screen. Yes. Okay, am I back on? Yes. Yeah, and then when you cuss Oliver out, who is a robot, then suddenly you get Mark, who is not a robot. Okay, so this is what I share with every trade. All right, so this was Texas Instrument. I think it reported, it fell. So I shared the video, and then I said at the time it was 185, just under, and current price it's 188, just under. And I share several different ways of doing the trade. So two of which is buying stuff. Like if somebody does not want to sell puts or put spreads, they can buy a call or they can buy a call spread. And I tell you the description. This one is faster call setup, tight stop. And then I explain what that is in the video. Slower spread. And if I wanted to sell a put naked, only if I can afford to buy shares. Okay. And then if not, then I should do this one. So let's see what happens since that. Whoever paid $540 to take that trade, now they're $200 richer. If they did it in a spread, they still have $1 profit in the spread. By dollar means $100 for one contract, per contract. If somebody sold the 132 put, so if somebody sold this put on a bad day, they collected $130. Now it's only worth $90. So they can buy it back and pocket the difference. Same for a credit put spread. All right. So this trade was 1028 yesterday. Teledoc. I did talk. It was 144 at the close today. 149.50, 149.60. So if you bought a $480 call, at one point this was 760 today. 780, I know it because I did buy it, but I also sold, I described earlier, I did a spread after the fact. So I'm really set well in this one. Slower setup, they still made 70 cents out of nowhere. So if they did 10, they made $700 in a day. And so here is selling a put naked. They collected $1.80. Now it's only $1.20 to close, to buy it back and close. So this is the setup that goes with the video, which is the verbal explanation that goes with the chart discussion about the teledoc and the why we did that and all of this. So it's not blind. It has pictures. It has explanations. And here's the thing. Let's say I got this message and I looked at it as like, whoa, I don't understand this part. Can you please explain it? Guess what? A video will come out from me explaining your question. So I shared this one, mini support, pivot, target, etc. So Rami is asking something that I can't answer, but I'm pretty sure you can work something out, Rami. You just have to call Rodrigo. Modify your conversation. Okay, so let's see here. Some of you said that you guys have done options before, right? So have you done them to the extent where you've been buying stuff and like 6 months to a year, you've been buying stuff and failing or winning, not often, spinning your wheels? Give me something to work with so I can hone this conversation. So you have since 2019. So what do you find most frustrating part of your options dealing? 50-50. So Kyle, 50-50 is not bad. Depends on what kind of trades you're doing, right? Well, ours are nowhere near 50-50. They're like closer to 90 than 50-50. Failing, haha. Okay, so I'm going to say something here. I bet that everybody here, even the one that says they're failing, Amina thinks that they're failing. So you've never picked the wrong stock. You just spinning wheels. John, I hear you. So you're probably getting in too early or getting out too late. So it's timing. So you pick the right stock, you just time it wrong. It happens to me. Methodology. I'm glad you said that, Stephen. If you don't have a method, you're winging it. Okay, so when to get in, when to get out. So perfect. You saw the homework I just did? If you do similar homework, you're not going to be faked out. Okay, you're as often. If you follow the no trigger, no trade, you're not going to fake that. Like today's person, Arthur, he had a winning trade. If we didn't talk, he would have had a losing trade in the next hour. But because we talked and he had the help he needed, he acted like a pro. I don't mean like being a pro, meaning like making a living at it, having pro habits. Like the pro is a pro because they have a system and they follow the system. And if the system doesn't work, they modify the system for it to work. And they keep honing it until they stick to one. And guess what? They repeat. And that's how they win. They have a winning record because otherwise they wouldn't be in it. All right. So buying calls, you can get lucky, you can get unlucky. One unlucky move could wipe out a lot of profits if you're not, if you don't have due diligence, if you don't have a system. I'm trying to read up and catch up and see things. Okay, it's too long for me to read. All right, so if you find yourself spinning your wheels, that's because you don't have a set pattern. You just saw when we did with UNP. So was it UNP? I haven't looked at the stock for a long time. Clearly, I don't have any markings on it. So I just did homework because somebody, one of you, brought it to my attention. So this could be an opportunity when it comes back to earth. Until then, there's nothing to do. So I won't spin my wheels trying to do something, short it or not. Okay, so somebody, John is definitely, you definitely belong in the room because that's what I did diagonal with Teladoc. So I bought a call, it ran in my direction. I sold a call for this week and it died in my favor. In fact, I bought it back for 4 cents because it looked like it was going to break out. And then I resold it for next week even higher. So you definitely, we need to have fun. So anyway, 20% stock portfolio, 7% writing options. So Jim writes option already. Writing options means selling a put, selling a call. Don't ever sell a naked call, please. Yeah, we can look at Tesla. Sure. Seems like UNP. No, I doubt that. But let's look at the UNP financials, okay? So here's UNP. A falling sales line, flat net income. So nothing like Tesla. The chart looks like a Tesla chart, but definitely nothing like Tesla. All right. What is a print? Where do you see print? Okay, so this is Tesla. Here's what happened with Tesla. A few weeks ago, somewhere here, I issued an alert. Tesla going to 790, you can see it. And then it went to 790 and then it traced back and I said, don't short Tesla. And then it came back and then somewhere in here, I said, whoa, we have another trigger catalyst to 835 inside this box. Boom, 835. And then this happened. And then people tried to short it and it went into earnings. I said, I'm buying call spreads in Tesla for the earnings. I rarely do that. And what? Okay, so gone. So do I buy Tesla here? Heck no. It is too high to chase, too hot to short. If I'm a trader and I know how to trade, I sure can trade around the action. Look at how consistent that thing is. It is definitely tradable. But from an Mom, you can't buy Tesla right now. Okay, you're not young enough. So it is not an obvious point of entry. When do we know ahead of time to short a put? I should have done that with the poor report this morning on Amazon. I think you're missaying that, John. Shorting a put, you're being bullish Amazon. Buying a put to short Amazon, okay. Which one do you mean? Buying a put. Okay, so what I said earlier, that the reaction to earnings is a complete coin flip. So the only way you would have bought a put to make money is if you're Karnak the Magnificent, because you cannot tell how the stock is going to move on the headline. You can tell that eventually it will do well. Like people who freaked out with Amazon don't know the fundamentals of Amazon. Yeah. And this was a buyable dip, and I issued the video last night. I said, if it does this, I will be buying dip for a trade, and hopefully they listen. Okay, Stephen, I think you know enough that it is my honest opinion that you just need to jump in and, you know, risk that 7 days where you can pull your money out, because I promise you, it's a one-on-one situation in the chat room. No question goes unanswered. Sometimes I miss a question, but I leave my window open even when I leave my computer, because this way they can direct message me. So if I miss something, or if you have a sidebar question, I literally had somebody come to me with a new tool this week from the chat room, said, hey, I saw this tool. What do you think? They paid for a tool that runs for them the S&P levels like I do, but it automatically puts them out. And I looked at their tool, and it literally does what I do, only somehow they put code to it. So totally cool. And he does his own thing, and he direct messaged me with the trades. I'm happy to have him in the room. He's clearly qualified to do this on his own, but he sees a benefit to be in the room. I promise you, once you trade in groups, you will never go back to trading alone. BDBR, where do you see that? Oh, pretty slick there, John. So BDBR is buy the dip or buy the rip. So let me give you a scenario. This one doesn't really clearly apply, but hold on, let me find another one. So let's say a stock is stuck in a range. So you want to buy the dip to catch the swing higher, or wait for the breakout to chase it higher. So when it's stuck in a range, except this one, the range has hundreds of points, so it doesn't visually represent it. So it's just another acronym that I don't have to type it. They see it a few many times, like NTNT, everybody knows what it is. TH, they probably forget every once in a while. It's too high to chase, too hot to short, meaning it's not an obvious point of entry. By BDBR, but I usually spell them out. I don't just blurt them. Buy the dip, but they're catchy that way. They remember it. Buy the dip if it happens, or buy the rip, meaning there's nothing to do right now.
Yeah, for those that are asking, we are going to be following up with all of these tickers and trades in the chat room. That's what we always do.
Yeah. So here's a question. I'll do it right now. Jay is asking something. How do I close a spread, and how do I open a spread? Perfect. First, how about what is a spread? Okay. So earlier, we talked about puts. We said what puts do. How about we define calls and we do a call spread? Fair? Okay. So let's say I wanted to buy, Apple. We'll go back to Apple. We'll go back to Apple. So let's say I want to buy 100 shares of Apple. That's a lot of money. I don't want to buy 100 shares of Apple out of pocket. So what do? I buy one call. So instead of spending thousands, I spend $500, just under. So what does that afford me? Me buying the call affords me the right, not the obligation. I do not need to own shares already. I reserve my price at 150 for 100 shares. For that, I pay $450 for it. That money leaves my account. So who's selling me that? Somebody who's shorting Apple, somebody who owns Apple, because they promise to deliver 100 shares. Okay. So they sell, they collect $5, and they promise to deliver 100 shares. So at any point in time, me, the buyer, if I decide, okay, I want those shares now, I'm feeling comfortable, I saw the trigger, let's go. Then I call my broker and say, exercise my right. This position disappears. I buy my shares at 150, even if they're at 160 already. So the seller of the call will give me those shares. It's their problem how much they paid for it. Me, I paid $5 to earn this, and I'm in at 150. Okay. So this is a call, the right to buy shares at a certain price. I could have put it here. I'll pay piddly crap for it. That's because it doesn't have but 8% chance. Remember Delta? odds maker delta, it has literally very tiny chance of actually making money for me. Up here, I just need a move. I don't need it to move a lot. I just need a move. The delta is 50-50, 0.5. Okay. So somewhere in the middle, 25% odds. Okay. That's a call. So somebody asked, how do I enter and exit a call spread? So how about we define a spread? Okay, so you're saying $500, holy moly, that's still a lot of money. All right, so let's hedge our bet. Let's mitigate that risk. We will sell one too. Also, so I pay for 450, I collect 150, suddenly my entry price now is $310. So what did I do? I spread my risk. I bought one, I sold one. Now I have a debit, still the money out of my pocket, call spread. So this is called a debit call spread. Debit because I pay for it and it's a call and it's spread. One bought, one sold. All right. So in this case, it's $10 wide. I bought the 150, I sold the 160, $10 wide. I paid $3. So the maximum I can make is $7. You're saying, oh, you limited your profits. Yeah, it's more than the double. Is that a shameful move? No. So if Apple spikes, I can more than double my money. So the faster the move, the bigger the profit. The maximum is $7. I can't make more than that, even if it goes to $1 million. Okay, so that is opening a debit call spread. So that's opening a spread on one ticket. I sometimes leg into it. People use that term, leg in, meaning they first buy this one and then they get a move like I did with Teladoc. I bought the call in Teladoc and then Teladoc went my way quickly. And then after the fact, I opened another order and I sold another call against it. So I ended up with a spread, but so much in my favor because I timed it well. I don't like to do that. When I want to spread something, I start it with a spread from the get-go. So I put it on one order, okay? And I could make it $15 wide. I can make it $5 wide. I don't make it higher than that because then that's just too little money. All right, so spreads, that's how to get into a spread. So how do I get out of a spread? Easy. You just reverse the process. Boom. You sell the one you bought. You buy the one you sell. That's one way of closing the spread. Okay, so Ron is asking, okay, let me regurgitate what Ron said. He wants to sell puts short term to make money. Ron, the markets are at all-time highs. If you start selling puts left and right willy-nilly short term and you get one bad week, your account's going to be in serious hurt. It's doable, but you better do your due diligence and don't ever sell a put you don't plan on owning shares. I've been assigned shares before, but thank the Lord that I only choose stocks that I don't mind owning. Let's walk through a sold put like Ron's suggesting. And let's say it goes bad. Let's go through what happens, okay? All right, so let me remind everybody. Selling a put is committing to somebody. You're selling somebody insurance. So if I sold the $140 put for Apple, I sell a put, I committed to somebody out there. I will buy their shares at $140 for the next 50 days. Anytime they call on me, price does not have to be lower. That's a misconception. Price does not have to be lower. They can assign me at any point in time. They'd be idiots to do it unless it's lower. But they could do it if they wanted to. I've never had it happen to me. So now I have a position in my portfolio that shows short put, credit went into my account. Let's say price falls. This 1.57 will increase in value. When the price falls, the put gets hot. And let's say it goes to 1100. I'm down $1,000 already because I collected only 150 and now it's worth 1,100. So I am in deep schmutz. Am I? No, because I wanted to own the shares. So the paper losses will be huge. But if I really just wanted to own shares at 140, I wouldn't even defend it, because then the worst case scenario is I wake up one day, I own shares at 140 like I said I would. So what happens to this one with all the losses? It was worth $1,100. It just disappears. It goes away. It takes away all the paper losses with it. It leaves the $160 I collected today. Therefore, the worst case scenario in this situation, even though I was down 1,100% on paper, is that I bought shares at 140 and my break-even point is 1.6 below 140. So 138.40 is my break-even point. I may start to lose money if price of the stock falls below that and I own the shares. All right, so that's the selling a put. But if you do that with 100 shares of Apple, 100 shares of Google, 100 shares of that, 100 shares of that, and then the whole market crashes, suddenly you're buying a whole bunch of stuff and your account may not be able to take it, and then they'll force you to do stuff you don't want to do, margin calls and this and that. Be careful. I don't sell puts to trade. I sell puts to swing trade on thesis. Like instead of buying a call, I'm solid on the put. And if I'm not, I sell a put spread. I got into hot water last year on X. I sold the put at $10. The stock fell to 4.8. They did not assign me shares. I ended up making a ton of money because if somebody played it wrong on the other end, I was like, what are you thinking? Why on earth did you buy the put if you're not going to use it? They had so much profits from my misfortune, but they didn't capitalize on it. I ended up making bank. But, in which scenario it's better to do spread? Yes, it's always better to do spread from the safety perspective, Angie. So this selling a put leaves me on the hook from 140. Like we said, I'm selling somebody insurance. I'm promising Billy Bob out there, I'll buy his shares at 140. So what if I personally, it was like, oh shoot, what if something happens? I better protect myself. So I would buy protection. So I collect 160, I pay back 90 cents. So now I'm collecting a spread, much smaller amount, but I'm on the hook here, I'm off the hook here. So Apple can go to zero. I know exactly what I'm going to lose. That's spreading my risk. Selling, so still credit goes into my account, less, but credit goes into my account. I have 80% odds I'm going to win. And, my setups are not this close. I want better odds. So this would not be a spread I sell. This is not one I would trade for me. It's too much. I want boring trades that pay 15% or more. That's my style. So you can do the weeklies, be in the trenches. I'd like to be in headquarters with binoculars, using ICBMs if possible too. So long distance fights, way better than in the trenches. Trust me, I've been in the trenches. So this is way better. Can do call option. Okay, so on the call side, you can do also a credit call spread to short a company responsibly. Okay, watch this. Let's say I wanted to short Apple. Some people like to short by selling a naked call. They sell this call. I would never sell a naked call ever again after what I've seen happen from Reddit. This is ridiculous. So you can short a company by selling a call, but buying a call above it. So somebody that did this with GME in February or whenever it spiked, they didn't go bankrupt. They had a losing trade. Somebody that did this with GME, this alone, they went bankrupt. Guaranteed. I guarantee you they went bankrupt. Okay, so it's no, remember the first part of risk is to take an appropriate size. This is not an appropriate size risk. When you short a company, you have unlimited risk. For as long as the stock is rallying, you're losing money. When you invest money, the maximum you can lose is 100%. I'm okay with 100%, but with infinity, nope. Okay, so let's go back. I wanted to show you something. What is this called? this trade with 4 legs. Boom. Nope. It's called an iron condor. So this is a bear call spread, credit call spread, bear call spread, same thing. This is a bull put spread, credit put spread. You put the two together, it's called an iron condor. Why? Because it is a self-hedged trade that ranges Apple between above 140 and below 160. I know you know it. So let's go back to Apple and show you a visual. Why are these trades so popular? I share 9 or 10 of them a week. I shared one today, complete video, setup, explanation. So Apple, what did I say? 140? Okay. So as long as Apple stays between this and 160, you can't even see it up here, the trade wins. That's that trade setup. So I don't need a rally. I don't need a drop. I just need it to hang around. Yeah, it's a non-directional bet on the price action. And I love them when you have visibility. You don't just do them. You do them when you know levels. And I'll address that level question in a little bit. When you know levels, you can do these. If you don't know the levels, you can't do these. So this is too aggressive. When I'm getting paid 1.3, think about it. I'm an odds guy, right? Not an odd guy. I may be odd, but I'm an odds guy. So if somebody's paying me 40% reward, it cannot freaking be an easy trade. Okay, just think about it. Anytime you're collecting a trade that pays you 30 to 40% reward, it is not going to be easy. There's going to be drama. I have yet to meet an easy 40% win by design. This is by design. It's paying me 1.3 on a risk of 3.7. That is a huge return on the risk. Not going to be easy. Okay. So what I would rather do is make it more humble, collect less, increase my odds. $1 is still aggressive, 25% yield, but it's at least better. Okay. So this one is too aggressive. Maybe this one. So now we're talking, that's too little. That's why I said this is not a good time frame. I don't like this options table for Apple. This would not be a trade for me, but this is a visual of an iron condor. Make it wide enough, collect about 25% yield, 20 to 25% yield. You would have 80% odds to 90% odds in your favor every time. And you reduce your money at risk. What does that mean? The maximum loss, if I do this side alone, or if I do this side alone, I can lose more money than doing both at the same time, because I cannot lose on both ends, but I'm collecting from both ends. So the stock price is not going to split and go up and down at the same time. So I can only lose here or here, but doing both, I'm collecting from both with the same width, $5, $5. So you lower your odds. You lower your money at risk because I'm collecting more. I can still lose the same from either side. So eventually, overall, I'm losing potentially less. So I know it's confusing, but it's repetitive and you'll get it. I share a complete Iron Condor video every week. So if you're here 50 weeks, you're going to get 50 freaking lessons on the Iron Condor. So I'm not buying anything. I'm selling a spread. I'm selling 2 spreads for the Iron Condor. I sell risk up here to say it's not going to rally past 165. I sell risk down here that it's not going to fall below 135. That would be an Iron Condor. Okay, somebody asked, how do I find support and resistance levels? Okay, so I'll say it again. I started by saying I look left and figure out, like for example, on Tuesday, if somebody said, hey, what are you going to do with Apple? I was like, well, it's easy. Build a box around this candle and that candle. That's your playground for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The price is going to ping pong inside those ranges. And I wouldn't short it here. I wouldn't go long it here, because that's the range until the range fails, and then they'll go in that direction. Let's say the ping pongs, ping, 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 and then they break out from here. Now I buy calls for a trade. Let's say it falls to here, and I don't buy puts here. In fact, I go long Apple here and stop out if it goes below it. Or if I'm looking to short it, I wouldn't short it until it loses the support. So
I
that's
see a lot of value in that for
Yeah.
sure, Nick. Being
Yeah.
able to know when to use what type of trade.
Yeah,
because I
somebody
know
asked how
struggled
do
with that.
somebody asked how do I know support and resistance? So I can tell you there's going to be a resistance, there's going to be support Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't understand. Source software do I use? This is TradingView. TradingView has a free version. The free version will not give you the volume profile, but everything else, I don't think you can put that many alerts either in TradingView. I don't know how many they allow you. This is, I don't know what level I'm at, but they open it up for me for free because I'm giving them free advertisement. I'm sponsored by TradingView. No. I think it's $15, but they have more expensive stuff. But $15, I think, will get you in. I'm not certain. I really don't know. I don't. They keep saying here's the link for referral link. I was like, I don't need it. I want a clear conscience when I recommend something. So my payment, I guess, is just I get to not pay $15 a month. I tried a few things like that. Like I recently tried Symbolic. That's the what is it, 913 count. I couldn't get into it, so I didn't go there. So homework. That's how you find levels. You look left. So if Apple breaks out of here and it gets to here, it's going to fail here. So I wouldn't start longs here. I would start long above here for a trade. For an investment, I would say, nope, I would love to get in somewhere down here, or even better down here. That orange line is heavy, heavy, heavy volume. So if it falls into 135, 136, if you don't join us in the next couple of weeks, CNBC says, panic, and everybody panics and Apple falls into 135, 132, be looking to nibble longs. Thanks, Kyle. I think they have one cheaper than 29, though. That sounds pretty expensive.
Nick, and what are you looking at in the chat room right now? Like, what is going on in the chat room so you can tell all.
Okay, so
people.
we were very active in the chat room this week. We caught a lot of good knives. Texas Instruments was one. MVIS was one yesterday. Today, a debacle, but that was, we expected it's going to be a tricky thing. There was Teledoc, of course. What else? I'm trying to remember. I'm drawing a blank now. He put me under the gun. Intel, Snap, for sure. Facebook, in and out. I'm out of Facebook. Apple, I personally didn't trade it. Amazon, I personally didn't trade it, but I know I was actively helping people in there. Meta now. I refuse to say Meta. Just like I don't say Alphabet. I still say Google. Yeah, so I love it though. You know, he's giving the finger to everybody that poo-poos Facebook. Are you kidding me? Anyway, so they have 3 billion users. They can sell popcorn and make money. Let me see here. Shaded volume. Wait, what? What do I turn? Shaded volume indicator. These guys right here. If you have Pro, this is called VPVR. So if you go to indicators, the visible range, this one. It's volume profile, visible range. And visible range is the fact that it adjusts. Look, if I zoom in, it adjusts the volume. See how, look at what just happened. Look, all the volume is down here, right? Because this is a whole year. Who is this? Apple. Check it out. This is 12 months of Apple. This is where price is truth. Look at it. 12 months of Apple. If you're looking at this, you say, oh man, look, they're all busy down here. Look at all the volume. It's like a huge mountain. There's nothing up here. But check it out. If I zoom in a little bit, how it starts changing. Look at where the busy spots are now, way up here. So they completely forgot about that part, which means that if it comes down here, they're going to be jumping in with huge Buy. So see how this is highlighted because it's heavy? It means this whole segment is support. This whole range is support. So if one day the markets crash and you get Apple in here, it's the time to wade in, not all in, pile in all together. Just go in and take a couple of bites. However you do it. Oh, by the way, if you do have a pay version of this, there's another secret one. It's called VP HD or something like that. Let me go show you which one. I'll tell you what the difference is. If you're active trader, you need that. VP HD. I know it's in my favorites. Oh. Anyway, I'll show you where it is. Let me go to 60 minutes. There it is. I'll go to a SPY. All right, you see them? You see the volume profile for every day? Tiny here, look at 15 minutes. See it? Look, this is every day, the session volume profile. So look, just by looking at it, you can tell where the interest lines are. The separated two candles right there, this is 15-minute candles. This is the last. Look how strong the market closed today. The bears got so lucky today. The close came just in time before the burst goes to the moon. So it'll be interesting what happens on Monday. But you can tell that there were three nodes that were important for Apple today. One around 458, one around 458.80, one around 459 and change. So if I zoom in, I get more granular information. So if I go to a 5-minute chart, you'll get smarter with the information. But this is called VPHD, I think it's called here. It's probably here somewhere. This one, VPSVHD. VPSVHD. I think Santa Claus rally will be happening, especially here. John, you mean more than higher than all-time highs? I don't know what to tell you. I would not short this market without a reason. What did I start by talking about? I started by saying trillion this and trillion that, and how much money that is. There's just too much money. We need a new shoe to drop to break this market. There needs to be something that is not in the headlines, like maybe Powell leaving, not being renewed, maybe, or an actual flash crash of sorts, or God forbid, some sort of a terror attack, World War III. And we were talking about, challenging China with Taiwan and all of that. So I have complete faith in the stupidity of politicians all over the world to create a problem from somewhere.
Do you think Powell should be replaced, Nick?
I think he shouldn't have been in that position, but no, at this point in time, he got us in this mess. Let's see what he's going to do. Replacing Powell will create unease in the market and will create financial debacles on Wall Street, which would carry over. But he was the wrong guy for the job. We needed a boring economist. Powell is a Wall Street guy. He's not an economist. Right. What was the name of that indicator? VPHDSV.
Yep. And what are your thoughts on oil, Nick, right now? I know we've been
too high. It's a sham. There's no way I believe. First of all, oil by definition is a rigged market because of OPEC. There's a coalition that controls how much oil there is in the world and what to set price at. And they have help from Russia and indirect help from the US by choosing not to pump and drill and all of that. So price fixing, it's illegal in the US, but it happens on a global basis. How is it logical that we're driving less, we're telecommuting more, therefore we're driving to work less, we're flying less, we're driving EVs, we have more solar? How on earth do we have a shortage of oil? It's by design. So it's like smoking. You say, we don't have a lot of cigarettes, let's raise the price of smoking. So
this is like a reset for the oil industry.
I think it's going to come crashing down. That's my opinion. So you know me, if you followed, I shorted USO a couple of times. I shorted Exxon a few times and I won. And then I decided at one point, you don't argue with stupid, you just let them go. Thank God I did. I haven't reshorted it. Okay. So breakout to revisit, okay to revisit. So once they broke out, I let them go. So now I could short it if I want to, But really, to understand how rigged of a market this is the USO. Let me go to monthly chart. What? So what just happened, right? If I go to the XLE, that's a monthly chart. So that's going back to 2005 and 2008. So there's no way we're going back there. And by the way, if you're choosing the XLE, you should really just trade either Exxon or Chevron, because those two are 44% of this, two companies, and they pay you a huge, like 5.5 to 6% yield. I don't understand this question. It keeps coming up. Can you look at program buying call? What does that mean? Oh, I don't look at algos. Oh, ticker is prog? Oh, okay. All right. All right, let's see. So you're looking to buy a call. All right, first thing I look is I want to learn a little bit about this company. So it looks like Progenity, total revenues. What's happening here? The revenues are going backwards. They're losing more money. What do they do? Progenity engages in the provision of molecular specialized diagnostic. Oh, okay, so it's like a biotech company? Okay, thanks. So here's the thing with biotechs. You have to do homework in order to know if you're investing, to know what are the probabilities. I would never sell options in biotechs, because when I sell options, what did I say I want? I want boring. Well, I avoid selling options around the earnings because it's non-boring time because of the headline. And I don't have an edge on the headline. I don't know what's going to happen. Like if this one has an FDA outcome, if I take a bet on it, that's all I have is a bet. I don't know what the FDA is going to say. So it's a problem for me. So you have to do homework. I can tell you my opinion on the chart, right? So the bulls are in charge from the bottom. They're setting higher lows. They're trying to slice through a lot of resistance. They already did a lot of damage, but now comes the level problem. So you know what this candle is called? This candle right there? Mini lesson. This candle right there where my finger is. This is called the doji. What does that mean? If I'm going to zoom out because I need to use my mouse. So that day, they opened at 4. They tried to rally to 4.4. They hated it down to 3.3. And then they said, you know what? We have no freaking idea. Let's go back to where we started from. And they closed exactly where they opened. So that means they're indecisive. In the process, what did they do? They told you the range to trade. They said, this is the playground for the next few days. Now, let's do this. Let me take the center of this and go left with it. Check it out. So now I didn't make this stuff up. Look at this. Surgical. Surgical. Look at this. Look. How important is this line if I send it left? Look at, I mean, what? Are you kidding me? So this is an important line. So if I were you, I wouldn't buy it until at least they go above that, and ideally above that. Then they could probably shoot the 6 or 6.25 if they can slice through 5, which is a huge level. But now this is if you slice the picture in half, you get half the action here, half the action there. So now they're back to even keel with the wind in the back of the sails of the bulls. So maybe they get a headline, maybe they don't. So you got to know when their scheduled times are for the FDA meetings or whatever announcements. I don't know any of that. But the playground is this box. The line to look at is this one. They closed below it. It's not a disaster because they're still making progress. But on Monday, Tuesday, they better knock this guy out. So that is an important candle on that day, October 26th.
Yes, quick question there from Adesoji. So basically we do full trading as well, trading and training for options in the chat room. This is just a sneak peek, guys.
Okay, so somebody's asking for a PDF for brand new investors. I can help with that for sure. So if a member comes to me and say, give me ABCs of investing, first of all, you just saw the A of investing with the risk definition, regardless of how you end up investing. If you didn't write that stuff down, there's your PDF. So review the video, take the first, 30 minutes of it. That was definition of risk. That's the number one job. And then the number two job is no trigger, no trade, no thesis, no trade. Then you start develop, okay, I have this idea. So if you write that stuff down, then you start looking at companies that are attractive to you. Then you say, hey, Nick, what about this Progenity? What can I do with it? I think it's going to be interesting. What do you think? Well, then we have a conversation like we just did. Lesson 1 for you. OCGN. Okay. This is not an obvious point of entry. That would be my answer. That is a big, massive fail. They're making progress against it. But let me interpret this candle for you. They opened here. They rallied to 13. They crashed and closed on the very low. Then the next day, now they spent 3 days fixing the problem, and they're going back into a massive failure. Moreover, massive failure and massive failure. So until they take that out, I assume I missed the rally. I don't do Forex. I think TradingView offers Forex. I mean, they're everywhere. I didn't sell Facebook. I closed my long position. It was a short-term position and it paid. It hit its target. I got out. I didn't sell stock. Love Palantir, Angie. Love it, love it, love it. I've traded it 100% success in the group with Palantir. Do I anticipate it's going to drop? I can't foretell the future, Carol, on Facebook, but I can tell you exactly what's going to happen one line at a time. So if you come to me, and you will get a chart that looks like this. Support zone, resistance line, resistance zone. So if I'm long, I can sit on it long. I know there's support below it, and they can chip away at the resistance above. So I can't tell you if it's going to go up or down, but I can tell you that if I sell put spread down here, it's going to make money, most likely. Let's see here. How much? Oh, somebody asked something else. Palantir. So Palantir is a fantastic company that's stuck in a web of stupid Reddits. So let's go to a daily chart. I've been tracking it for a while, and every time it falls below 20, I sell puts and put spreads, and it's easy money. Or if you buy shares and you sell them. So Palantir, I love it, right? So then it comes to this spike. They come, oh, look at it. It's doing great. Nope, not an obvious point of entry is what I said right here. And then it does this. Then they get long. And then it comes to here and somebody go, what about it now? Not an obvious point of entry until it takes that out. It didn't. Then this happened. What did I say here? Get long. It's falling into the support zone. Get long, get long. Now they have greens. Now they can choose to trim. So the strategy, buy the dip or chase the rip. What does that mean? So I'm going to show you what it means, the big picture. Palantir, write the stuff down, and I promise you it'll increase your chances at success. So look, the bulls are in charge, higher lows. Levels of support are getting higher. The wall is still here. So this continues. So the range went from here. It's getting tighter. It's getting tighter. And let's assume the wall continues to hold. At some point, they're going to come to blows where it gets so tight and it's going to go whoop. And this is when you chase it. When you see the breach of this, you've got about $5 to $8 of profit. If you can time it when it comes down to here and you want to start longs, you can, because you can catch a move inside the range. And then you can trim here, and if it falls again, you can re-add. So you trade the range or own it for the super long term. So if you're an active trader, you can trade the range based on the charts we do every week.
Nick, really quick. So what are your thoughts right now on just the overall market? Do you think we're like going to go to a double top right now, considering the news,
How
the
can you
jobs
say
report,
that?
GDP, man? Look at the GDP. Like I'm just
You
looking
still
at the
believe the
numbers.
government knows how to count? They are absolute morons when it comes to reports. Okay. So all the reports get revised up to 2 years later. If I used to be a financial planning and analyst for 400 restaurants, if I brought to my CFO at the time a report that looks anything like the government's report, they wouldn't even let me pack my desk. They would fire me on the spot. You can't make a decision based on GDP. So there's only one truth on Wall Street. Price is truth. That's it. So how can I say, okay, so you say double top. What double top? We just made an all-time high. So there is no double top.
So this is what, all right. So like technically a possible double top, but fundamentally also, I mean, let's just break down the numbers. You know, the jobs report, jobs have been coming down.
You know how they make the jobs report? You know how they make the jobs report?
How do they do?
They make phone calls. I think 300,000 phone calls. Are you employed? No. Are you looking for a job? No, that doesn't count. Click. Are you employed? No. Are you looking for a job? Yes, that's an unemployed person. That's why you need to look at participation. And are you kidding me? This is an unreliable number, man. Do you know anybody that doesn't have a job that wants a job? I don't know anybody that doesn't have a job. I don't know anybody that's not spending money like fools. And I'm talking all of my friends are hourly wages.
Well, but then you have, so like, all right, so this is the thing. You have unemployment benefits, right? You got less people in the workforce. You got record number of open jobs. You got lower GDP, which is the overall, you know, what the economy is doing. So
I don't believe any of that. I believe what's in front of me.
But how can I be bullish overall on the market?
How can you not be bullish?
When I see the economy coming down, like the economy and the stock market are not related.
I just told you there's like $5 trillion somewhere in the economy. So it's either 3 or 7. I'm taking the middle. $1 trillion. Trillion.
Right. And then but that's inflation and that causes other problems.
What? No, you can't. Inflation is 2% It's 5 trillion. It's got to land somewhere. It's just unbelievable. So it is. It's okay to look at the fundamentals, but first of all, there's no technical double top because
I'm
they
still
just
long.
This is your top. This is your double top. It just broke above it. So technically, there is no double top. Until this fails and we go back to it and fail again, that's the double top, and it's not there.
Could we fail? Could we come down?
Of course we can.
If we continue having these,
but you can't short this market. You could have said the same thing here. That was a top. That was a double top, and the market was still hot. Inflation was still hot. Everything you said still applied here. Everything.
Yeah, but it's 10 times worse. Like inflation.
It's not 10 times worse.
Like CPI numbers are through the roof.
It's not through the roof. It's just slightly above expectations. So the CPI was about the same here as it was here, as it was here, as it was. What's the CPI here? What's the CPI today?
It's 4 or 5%. We have never had this much inflation in 30 years. Like it's been a while.
I think you're gobbling up news headlines. You're gobbling up news headlines. You have to drill down. It's not as bad as they say it is. Here, so this is core PCE today. That's inflation, right?
The CPI, but then you got CPU.
Core
CPU
PCE
also
is inflation, and it's down. GDP is down, but that's
and the Fed expectations of GDP growth went from like 5% to 0.05%.
This is it's so ridiculous. These numbers are so ridiculous. I'm telling you, I know numbers like the back of my hand.
I know you love contrarian trades because that's
I'm not contrarian. I'm saying they're wrong. I'm not contrarian. I'm saying the numbers they're using are wrong. Okay. Personal spending is still the same. personal.
No, demand is there. Demand is there, but is the supply there? We got a supply chain issue. So the
Oh, now
demand
you're
can be
throwing.
there all
See,
day.
oh my
There's
gosh.
a lot
Okay,
of things in the
so what
market that
else
I'm
do we?
concerned
What else?
about, Nick.
The fact that you enumerated all of those things, it tells me we're going to be rallying. The fact that you told me all of this stuff and we just broke into record highs, we are going for more highs.
I wouldn't be surprised, but it's
Yeah.
just I'm trying to connect the dots here
Of
with
what?
everything, with
Yeah.
the technicals and the fundamentals. And
Well, yeah, that's
I'm
what
trying
we
to
do.
connect
We look
everything.
at the technicals. We let them drive us. We keep an ear on the fundamentals just so we know what people are thinking about, like the memes that are going around. You got to look out for this, and you got to look at most of it is garbage, but we pay attention. Luckily, we know charts. And if I told you, if you turned off the news in the world, would you think people would be selling stocks or buying stocks? If you just turned on all the reports and all the news and just turned off everything?
Well, it depends. I mean, you got long-term investors, they don't care about the short term, but like I can tell you, my grocery bill has gone up. Like things are more expensive, milk and eggs and all this stuff.
But that
like
happened
your
last
dollar is
year
worth
and the year
less.
before that. That happened last year. Well, that's because we have too much money in the economy. But here's the other thing. Did you stop buying groceries or did you change your buying habits? I didn't.
Well, if you're on a budget, you
nobody's on a
might.
budget. I don't know anybody that's on a budget. It's crazy. It is. My friends, I don't have a life outside of this. Okay. My life is I fight for a sport. I compete fighting for a sport like MMA style. And so all my friends are fighters at the gym. They're all hourlies. They're all low paid people trying to make it in fighting. They're eating sushi every day, basically. And they're buying Nikes. They're buying $1,000 baseball cards. I don't know what the hell's going on, but people have money to spend somewhere. So it's just crazy what's going on.
Yeah, I've seen certain I think it's Capri, a stock that has like Gucci and all these other like big ticket products. They are doing well, surprisingly now, but it's something that when I try to connect the dots, it doesn't make sense. And look, I understand the technicals and I understand we still have QE, but QE is dropping too, Nick. It's going to be dropping, and we're going to be tapering soon. So, I mean, I understand the case, sir. I think it's a stock picker's game right now because you will have, I mean, look at the housing sector. Look at, the permits it's just, kind of flat. So
do you hear what you just did? You just like everything there is in the world, topics of conversation. You're just laid it out all on the table.
I am laying it out because we have concerns as retail traders. Yes.
None of that matters.
Nothing matters.
No, not right now, because all of these things are already known. It's not a secret to anybody. If you're the only one that knew this, it would be an issue.
No, we all know this, but they are getting worse. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the supply chain is not getting better. Having these ports open 24/7 doesn't change anything.
Why do you think the supply chain got disrupted?
For a lot of reasons. There's
only one reason.
The employment numbers also have.
No, there's only one reason for it.
What is it? The reason?
Because we shut down the world last year for about 6 months. That's the only reason. We created the problem. So the world is open. Now we can catch up. But the supply chain disruption, I don't know what they were thinking when they shut down the world. That was a horrible decision. Absolutely
Sarah is on point. Sarah's comment, because people are quitting, and that's related to what I'm saying, Nick. Like if people are not working and they can collect benefits home,
but that's not
They're
happening
not going to go to work,
and
that is impacting the overall supply chain. No, it's still there. You got record open jobs, like record numbers.
But that talking point
right
is from way before. Anyway, we're getting wonky about it.
No, but we have to have the discussion. That's what I'm saying.
No, we don't.
That's what we do.
No, we don't. We can acknowledge the data. We can acknowledge the risk, and I'm telling you, it doesn't matter to the stock price right now. So you can fight the trend. That's why they say the markets climb a wall of worries. When you're going in the car 100 miles an hour, everybody's looking for potholes and have their seatbelts on. Nothing's going to happen. That's the analogy. So what I said, we can come crashing down from this altitude. We are so high. The correction will be harsh, but not with these set of circumstances. Everything you said is already known and has a finite impact. What we don't know is the black swan event, the something that we don't know about that's going to break this market. There's no way this set of circumstances is going to cause an unfixable crash. What I said in my video for coming into this week, I'm a buyer of the dip. First dip I would buy is 450 as a trade. Anything below that, 455, 445, 443 is another buyable dip as a trade. 430, 432 to 428, I will buy in relatively good size. If that fails, I will get out of everything and I will get super strong long in the low 400s because that's where we will bottom. Remember the 398 call? I said, let's go along the S&P. I think it's going to 403. It was like 398. We woke up and it was like 403 and a half. Like, whoa, what am I, Karnak here? So I'm going by the chart. I'm going by the chart because I believe that all of the politicians all over the world are absolute morons. And it's a rigged market with regards of what the news they give us. So the only truth we have, man, the only truth we have is in the charts, because that is actual data of buy and sell, not interpretations. That's collected data, bought, sold, and the machines are doing the buying and the selling. The machines will act accordingly unless something breaks in the actual structure of the market, the black swan event. And that you can't short. Price is truth, absolutely.
Okay, so let's just say, what if the black swan already happened, which is COVID, and now we are going to continue to deal with the repercussions of it, which is pretty much basically a new type of economy. How would you position yourself for that?
I don't know what you're saying. So I'll deal with it when it comes, because I don't know. I mean, that's a theoretical on top of the theoretical.
All right. So this is what I'm saying. COVID caused a lot of disruptions in everything, in every sector, right? Yeah. But then you also have the government stepping in and providing the benefits for people, right? So now that is going to disrupt the supply chain. So my question is, if that continues to be an issue, it continues to become
like a
snowball effect.
It's not. Businesses are smart. They'll find a way to get their shit together. People are smart. They'll find a way. They'll know when to get back to work. I think the only gravy train left here is $300 a month per kid for 6 months. That's the only free money from the government that's left right now. In fact, people who were getting unemployment, double dipping unemployment and working, that gravy train ended. In fact, now they have to prove that they're actually looking for work in order to continue getting unemployment like they used to do. So the government is up to its eyeballs in debt, and they can't do this for a while. And now Biden is figuring it out. So he's now conceding a whole bunch of stuff. Like for example, here's a good thing nobody's talking about. He just capitulated on the fact that he's not the corporate tax. So there's happy tune. Nobody's talking about that. Was priced out of the corporate tax thing. He gave up on it. So
yeah, that's a full 360, because I mean,
right, but that's money. That's money into companies' pockets.
Yes, that
nobody's talking
EPS
about it.
And earnings and all that stuff for sure.
Right, so that's a good piece of information that we're not dwelling on. So we tend to dwell on the, oh shit, what's going wrong here and there, and what could go wrong. Everything can go wrong, but you can't plan for a disaster when there isn't one imminent. There is no, like, you're naming all of these things, none of which is an imminent disaster, in my opinion. Yeah, full 180. Good 180.
Yeah, that was my bad. But the reason why I bring this up, Nick, is because I love economics, I love finance, and I understand the economy and the stock market are not directly, they're connected, but they're not 100%, point by point. But there are these are the things that are in the back of my head as an investor, and those are things that are in the back of my head.
I'm going to issue you a challenge. I'm going to issue you a challenge. I know you're not going to take it.
Let's do it.
Don't listen to 1 minute of news in the most important news week this week, and see how well you do trading. Just look at the charts, make decisions on the charts. Look at my morning charts. Don't read my notes. You read my notes, but then you'll get a glimpse of the news a little bit here and there. But look at the charts and act on what the SPY and the combination between it and the IWM does to drive your daily trades.
Okay,
So
I like that plan. I like
Yeah.
so this all right. So what is the plan here? What are we doing here next?
so I haven't done the video, so I need to do homework on that. But I can tell you, if this was Sunday night, I would this would be my plan for Monday. Dips into 454 are buyable for the day as a trader, and if they fail, I will get out and retry around 450, 451. Okay, that's for the day. Otherwise, I assume that we're going to meander higher lazily into the Fed event. But in between that, we have the ADP jobs on Wednesday, and they might get weaker on Thursday because people want to get out before the Fed. So let's say these two levels fail. Look, mini support, mini support, mini support. I repeat the same process lower. I don't need the news to do this. I don't need it. So all I need is to see what price is doing, and I'll just react to it. Now, if the black swan event happens and we go, I'll deal with it when it comes. I can't sit in the closet waiting for it to happen, hiding.
Right. So, and this is part of the discussion that we have on the chat room. I mean,
all
it's
I know
about
is
discussions.
all I
Yeah.
know is the big. You talk macro, helicopter view. There is I'm going to say it, a shit ton of money floating in the economy. It's going to take crazy amount of things to go wrong to get rid of all of that money.
Yeah, there's a lot of money on the sidelines. I mean, I went through not the cons, but like I went through the concerns of the
Right.
market, but there's a lot of positive things in the market right now that you could also, tilt towards as well.
Yeah. There's a lot going on, but there's a lot of money okay. So did I say it already? $1 million a day for 2,740 years to get to a trillion. We had 5 of them. That is a lot of money to burn. We blew it. We overreacted last year by shutting down. We overreacted to reinflate. That's how you can do this in a couple of months.
Shout out to Davin. Nice comment there. Loving the
say?
conversation. He said, just wanted to say thanks for the conversation and video
Oh,
stream.
yeah.
Super insightful for me as a new options trader.
Yeah, you shut down the world, and that's the only thing you do. And then you do this and that. That is proof positive that we overdid the medicine, and now we're hooked on it.
You don't think that's an irrational move?
That is a crazy irrational move. Because we acted wrong as we let my whole family are doctors. So this is not an insult to doctors. We put the wrong people in charge. We allowed the doctors to dictate policy and without consulting all kinds of other things. I know this is like an insensitive way of saying it. I don't mean to be insensitive about anything.
Yeah.
It's a tragic thing that happened, but the way we panicked and we reacted, first of all, by shutting down the world, and then the bigger problem is how we got out of it.
Yeah, there was a very fast reaction. Like nobody had time to buy the dip. We're talking about a couple days, Nick.
This is evidence that something happened. We poured too much medicine into the economy. The biggest proof of that is this company. Also, not an insult to AMC, but this is a company that was struggling way before COVID. And this is 2019. This is COVID right here. And so their business is already broken. You can see it. That's what the stock market is telling you. And then you shut down every store they have for a year. And before they even open, it does this. On what planet this makes sense?
Yeah, so the fundamentals are disconnected from the technicals.
This is the only time where I can say the business is broken, but the stock has never been healthier. Usually they say, oh, the stock is broken, but the company isn't, therefore you can invest in it. This is the company is broken, but the business is the stock has never been better. So
that describes a little bit how I feel right now about the market.
But the thing is, if you think about it, 60% of the NASDAQ is 7 stocks. So I'm estimating. And those stocks actually are increasing their P&Ls. So they're not AMCs. That's why I'm saying, I don't care what the news is. How is that news going to impact the bottom line of Google to a degree that creates the panic that you're talking about? Right? So if Apple, Google, Microsoft Tesla, Amazon, Facebook are 60% of the NASDAQ. That's a huge, huge prop under the NASDAQ. So yeah, it can fall.
Part of
but-
my concern is also that, the Apple ad policy change. You saw Snap missed earnings. Facebook didn't hit every target.
Missed earnings. You make my skin crawl. You're making my skin crawl.
I'm not a
earnings.
perma bear, but there's a lot because so
Snap.
here's the thing. Those are the
my
biggest,
God.
largest companies in the NASDAQ. So if this Apple ad policy changes it, what happens?
Stop. Missed earnings. Go get me the actual growth number on sales for Snap from last year to this year. Is it 40, 50%?
They're up a lot, but they missed
How can you miss
expectations.
earnings? I'm telling you, the person that put the earnings estimate was wrong. It wasn't the company that sucked. The forecast was wrong. A company that grows 50% gets punished 25% in their stock. That's an irrational move. So let's go to the chart. Snap. Emotions aside, okay. Snap spent months consolidating, building a base right here. It fell into that base on good news. I'll buy it. Simple.
Agreed.
And it bounces. If it bounces, I said in my video, it's going to hit a lot of resistance. This is not going to be an easy gap to fill. So don't be tempted to, it's going to fill the gap. It's going to hit resistance. And guess what? On Monday, if it loses this floor or if it loses this one right here, I'd be stopped out because it will come down to here. So no emotions, no news. I see this fall. I go read the reason why it fell. I disagree with it. I take my position. I will stop out, re-engage lower. No emotions. I'll take a small loss. I'll re-engage lower. I'll make up the loss.
So here's the thing. I agree that Snap and Facebook and Apple and all these companies will eventually overcome the Apple ad policy change, but I think it might be in like 2 quarters. I don't think it's going to be immediate.
I don't even think it matters one bit. I mean, what was the policy change? I have no clue.
So the policy change is like basically when you go into your Apple thing, it says if you want to be tracked or not for ads. So if you click no, the ads are not going to be customized. And Snapchat mentioned specifically that being an issue.
Yeah,
they
you know why?
Supply chain issue. They mentioned supply chain.
I was a CFO for a couple of companies in my lifetime. So companies that big have a slush fund. Okay, that's a term they use. It's a slush fund. So the company makes mistakes. They have, they want to deliver numbers. They hide losses in places. And then when they get an excuse, they dump all the dirty laundry that has been hiding in the slush funds and they slap the excuse to it. Like I heard a company say supply chain disruption and don't even divide a product. What?
So here's the thing. Snapchat, if you are not able to get product across, you're not going to market for it. You're not going to do marketing for it. Yeah, so that's what you're saying.
Listen, you're panicking. You're like hyperventilating right now with all the. You're just left. I throw you a lifeline on the one issue. You throw another issue in front of me. So this is getting. You need to listen to less news. That's my advice. You can't. What? The company delivered 50% if not more growth. There's nothing broken with this company. It's fine. The stock price was high. It adjusted, and I'm telling you, it may be more pain to come. So I'm completely agnostic to the news, completely agnostic to whether it bounces this time or not. I took my shot. I'm down a little bit on it. I was up a little bit. I didn't book it. I'm down a little bit on it. I get stopped out next week. I'll re-engage lower. I move on. All right, so let's move on. Other things. So the news, I promise you, the news doesn't matter 99% of the time. Some people like to listen to news because they enjoy the debate, but don't let that cripple you. Luckily, we have facts to help us along. So I'm aware that there could be a risk from whatever Apple's done that. How many times have we had, oh, this time it's really bad, Nick. The news is really bad this time. Okay, So we look at it. They will find a way. Remember the tariffs? That was going to be the end of the world, the tariffs. Guess what? We found a way around the tariffs. So there is hiccups. Businesses, they have management teams to overcome. So what is Snap going to do? Oh shit, we're out of luck. We're toast. We hope Apple changes its policy. No, they're going to find a way. They'll make it work. I don't understand the question. Do I think AMC 500,000 shares?
They're asking if you think AMC will go to 500,000.
500,000 per share?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer that. What I gathered from that awesome conversation was that, yeah, you can't do anything about the news. Most of it is just noise. It's going to cause you to make mistakes. Oh, here's another thing. If you want another tip, forget news, this sidebar, nothing to do with it. So don't watch ticks. If you're an intraday trader, if you're on the platform all day and you're watching and you see ticks, don't react to them. Okay, so they will cause that. If you see like this big green one, you get emotionally involved. You see big red one, you start capitulating. Make sure you're aware of the levels they're attacking. Like on Monday, if this comes up with big green ones coming up to here, that is not where I buy a call. Why? Because of this guy. Once it goes above that guy, I'll buy it. And this applies to different time frames. This happens to be a 5-minute chart. It works on 15-minute charts. It works on daily charts. So like this big red candle, I don't panic because I know I've got 2 supports behind it and 1 support behind it and 1 support behind it and 1 support behind it. So I have a finite vision as to what can happen. The dot-com bubble was definitely worse than, well, the dot-com bubble was different. The companies did not have a P&L. They just had eyeballs. Well, now we have eyeballs with P&Ls. Like there's no doubt that Amazon 10 times its net earnings from 3 years ago or 4 years ago, 10 times. Back then, they were chasing Yahoo based on the potential eyeballs. So they did not have an actual. So just for perspective, right? Everybody thought that the dot-com bubble would stand forever. Can you point it out? That's the dot-com bubble. Okay. So we passed the dot-com bubble in 2016 when Trump was elected. So, yep, the news is terrible, big bubble. And the 2008 debacle right here, this was a balance sheet problem. Companies went out of business because of balance sheet problems. So we were over levered and we had no assets behind it. So we don't have a balance sheet problem now. The banks are bulletproof. So there's no catastrophe from the banks. That Evergrande, that was a buyable dip. Because when it came to me, I think you and I have had discussions about it. The Evergrande thing in China is a particular spot position. I mean, the problem is local to a bunch of people, companies who lent money to people who didn't deserve that much money to be lent. So it's different. And we don't have an income statement problem here. We did have an income problem during COVID because the companies shut down. That is a P&L problem. Like there's no sales coming in, but then they borrowed the heck out of it to fix the balance sheets so they can, like airlines, so they can survive. So they're still in survival mode. That's why Boeing can't break out. That breakout, my friends, put the alert. Whoo, that would be beautiful, but it's not imminent. Right here, a lot of resistance. Good support. Looks like a head and shoulders. So I will buy it if it comes down to here. We bought in the chat room Boeing at 90 from when the president was standing at the helicopter and somebody asked him twice, what are you going to do with Boeing? They were talking about airlines. What are you going to do with airlines? Oh, we're going to help the airlines. And what are you going to do with Boeing? We're going to help Boeing. Okay, sell puts, get long Boeing. It was 90. All right, folks. It's like what, 2.5 hours already? I think I need to wind it down. Good debate, got a little heated. I'm not upset. I'm Mediterranean. My blood boils real quick. I'm animated. Funny story. I was talking to my neighbor yesterday in front of our house, and I wear a smartwatch. What is it called? Samsung Active 2, whatever. And I talked with my hands because I'm Mediterranean, and my watch thought I was working out. So he goes, "Okay, it's starting to track the workout." I'm like, "No, I'm not working out. I'm just having a conversation." So it got heated. That's because we were debating to come to a conclusion. And here's my conclusion. It's okay to pay attention to the news. Just don't let it bog you down. If it's not a secret, then it's most likely most of it is priced into already. So they say it's priced in. It's never always priced in, but the shock is priced in. So it is, the news is not as important as you think it is. That's my personal opinion. Now, I have to tell you the caveat, I'm not a Wall Street guy, but I'm pretty good with logic. You don't get an engineering degree if you don't know how to look at things in a linear fashion and try to make sense of them. And the numbers don't, speak of disaster.
Agreed 100%, Nick. So what are your closing remarks here, and why people should join your chat room?
Hold on, there's a question here. I can get someone one-on-one, particularly at charting. Carol wants a one-on-one on charting. I don't have official one-on-ones. Carol, I have hundreds of people in there. There's no way I can do it. But I guarantee you, if you pop into the chat room and ask me a technical question, I will lay it out. People will say, "Hey, how did you figure out that this was a level that I needed to pay attention?" I will explain to you. There's your lesson. It'll be one-on-one because you'll be asking, I'll be answering.
Yes, guys, and you can have all sorts of debates and commentaries, honestly, at the end of the day, because that's what makes a market, right?
So here's the thing. If you're serious about investing and you're serious about leveling up, I promise you, I can level you up. That I can promise with certainty. I know the price for entry looks high. If you break it down for a whole year, it's definitely not high. It's so freaking cheap. It's like I said, it's an insult to me, but I gladly will do it. Okay, so how do I close? Pieces of advice: don't take a trade you don't have a reason to. And by the way, I think it's going to go up is not a reason. All right, so that is definitely not a reason. Don't take a trade without having a stop out. Like, I will get out if things go wrong, like I just told you with Snapchat, or I will get out at this level, like I said with Facebook. It hit my target, I got out. Let's see here. Learn charts, simple charts, just eyeballs. Look left. Ask yourself, what happened the last time it got here before you take the trade? Like, if this rallies and I buy it here, I'm not paying attention. That's a place to exit. That was a major turning point. So that's simple things. Don't get too emotional. So here's the quick FOMO thing. In the wild, it keeps us alive. We're designed to FOMO to stay alive. Example, if you see a herd of people running out of the forest, you're not going to rush into the forest instinctively to find out what they're running from. You're going to say, what the turn around, book it the same direction. They're running from something scary. I better run with them. That's the FOMO. Unfortunately, on Wall Street, that causes you to chase too late. When on Wall Street, you see FOMO, you got to run into the room and see what treasures they left behind. They may have dropped their purses and stuff, so you can pick them up. So don't necessarily go against them, but investigate when people are running from a stock. That's just like Teladoc. It fell on incredible growth. I had a conversation with a friend and he goes, "Oh my God, the company sucks." I was like, "Wait, what made it suck?" "Oh, they're only 500 million. I'm like, first of all, that's per quarter. Second of all, that's like 10 times than what it was just 3 years ago, kind of a thing. Oh, okay, I guess, well, I should have paid attention. It's like, okay, yeah. What is a good penny stock? I don't do penny stocks, but if you come to me with a chart, I can help you. You can still lose 100% of your money with penny stocks. It being cheap doesn't mean you're not going to lose money. It's just the same percentage. Crypto, I can help you with crypto. I have yet to make a losing trade on crypto, although I'm still new. But
Yeah, we didn't mention that. You covered crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum in the chat room.
Yeah. I said I'm going long Ethereum. It was like 1,200. By the time I funded my account, I dragged my feet. It was like 4,000. And then it went back to 2, and then I bought in. So the crypto I chose last was Solana for a good reason. It has a good use case. It was chasing a winner, the second one, Ethereum, and I still think it will catch up to it. So I went in long Solana. I got out. I'm waiting to get back in. And meanwhile, I'm earning 10% yield on one other stable coin. So I can share all of that. And by the way, I learned crypto from people in the chat room. So in fact, I opened my account from a link from one of them a while back. So a stable coin is just that, a coin that tracks a level that doesn't change. In my case, I have a coin that tracks the dollar. Come into the chat room, we'll talk about it. Hi from India. Shiba is not my gig. I need good use case. I use crypto.com. Am I confident? So you're down on luck there. I can stop you from making, I can help to stop you from making mistake. Cardano's good. Yeah, ADA is good. So we can discuss it. And, you tell me what you're doing. I'll see if I can find easy ways to stop losing. It sounds like whatever you're doing is not working. How about we stop losing first? If it's not working, stop doing anything.
Right. If what you're doing is not giving you the results that you want, and you're doing the same thing, you should not expect different results for sure.
Devin, I bet you're not the only one in this room that has had that happen. So the bad thing about options is that you have the ability to lose fast. The good thing about options is you have the ability to use risk in your favor to increase the odds of success in your favor. So I think if we change a few habits, you may find out one way or another. DWAC, it's still too new to invest in, but every stack has revisited $10 at one point or another. So I would not be shocked if it falls down to 20 or 10. But having said that, these are the levels to trade. I wouldn't chase it unless it breaks 78. I will buy the dip into 54. I will buy the dip into 61, but stop out, try again at 54, stop out, and then below that is just a long trip down. Jorge, I prefer swing trades on conviction. Like if I see a stock hit a certain level that I am confident in, I will put a good sized trade by selling a put spread, selling a put, buying a call, or a combination of those. So if I'm really confident the stock will rally, I'll buy a call and I sell a put. That is the fastest, most money you can make. But it needs to be a conviction trade, meaning I'm confident of the level of support. That means I sell a put. I'm confident of the level of the rally coming soon. That means I buy a call. If you're busy at work, you have to find out, John, how fast you can trade, and you just pop in once or twice a day or a week and say, hey, what's up? Or pop in to say, what was the trade today? And you see if it's for you or not.
And you can also join the sessions on Sunday.
On Sunday, we can discuss. And on Sunday night, you will get the weekly video reviews to set the stage for you for the week. And every day you can pop in the morning and get the look for the day. Okay, it's just literally 4 or 5 letters. I mean, I'll see if I can scroll up. It's just, I think I already did that. For some reason, I'm flashing back now that I already did that. I'll say plan for the day, and I'll share the anyway, yeah, you can make it work. You don't have to be, there we go. The plan today. I'll say what happened with Amazon, Apple. Europe markets were down 1%. Oh, okay. So check this out. I said Europe were down 1%. So I said maybe we start rallying the closer we get to when they close. Then Europe closed, and then we ended up green on the day with records. And these were the levels per index and for the futures. Focus on the small caps. How do you get the invite to Sunday? In here tomorrow, I will plop the link for Sunday.
That's inside the chat room. That's where he's posting the link. Correct.
Yeah, Sunday at 10, Enrique, a.m. Eastern. So that's 7 o'clock my time. And then it gets recorded and shared that same day.
And for the people that are new, just keep in mind, Nic does a great job at providing education with every trade. So it's not just an alert. It is a session, an educational session. Every trade, every single trade comes with education. And on top of that, you get literal educational videos in the
Jonathan, I do index options, but you can do I have at least 3 people in there that do futures, options on futures. So you name it, we'll chart it. Starting base of trade. Okay, so Davin, I can do this with a small account of 5,000. You can even do it in 2,000. It's much easier the bigger the account, because then you can take longer dated trades and stagger them. You can increase the size, but far away from current price. So, my screen wasn't shared. Okay, when I was scrolling through, never mind then. What an idiot. So, there's no magic number. Nic, what is your winning rate? Every trade I've had has offered almost more than 85% of the trades I shared offered 10 to 15% win at a certain point. So since I offer 4 ways of getting long, I don't know which way you took long. So the sold puts and the sold put spreads, almost all of them win. I can count on the hands which ones lost. The bot calls and the bot call spreads, most of them offer winning. It's when do they close? Let me share maybe an example. So 1 second. All right. All right. So here's an example. Disney. All right, Disney. So here's Disney. Let me get you a picture. I will need to steal the screen away from you. Is that okay? Look at me, nice.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. All right. Let me bring the picture in here. Let's see if visible. It is visible. Excellent. And this is the last thing I will do. All right. This one. There we go. All right. So this is 10.5. I lost my mouse. So 10.5, I issued a long Disney. The price was 174, and now it's 169. Dude, you lost money. No, I didn't, because at a certain point it was up to $6, and this was up to 360. So it had a 30% profit. So if somebody that hung on to it without booking profits, that's on them. Now, somebody that sold a put or a put spread, they still are green or flat. So they can still win, is what I'm saying, because price is still above that level. So, but at a certain point, this was cut. This provided a 50% win at a certain point. It was like 50% cheaper, 50% of maximum gain. So this one also was cut in half in value. So they had half the maximum gains, and they still didn't take it going into earnings. That's on them. So they all provided wins, but if you hang on without doing anything with it, then you may end up with not a winning. So that's why I say almost the majority of the trades, I timed them right. They provide wins, but then you decide not to take the win. Like this one, Intel. When I took the trade on 10.6, the stock went up. So this $4 turned into $5. So you got yourself a 25% win, easy. You didn't book it, and now it's down to $1. That means you didn't stop out either at even. So if somebody did that, they have a loss, when in fact they had a win that they let slip. On the sold put side, I didn't show one. I didn't have one. So the IBB, I know for a fact today I had a trade expire in my favor. I sold a 155. I issued a long. Part of it was selling a put, 155, 152 and a half, but whatever. It expired for maximum gains in my favor today. So I closed half of it 2 days ago, just in case, and then I let the other half ride. So I promise you, I fight for a sport. I race for a hobby when I was younger. So I'm an aggressive guy when it comes to myself, but when it comes to investing, I'm chicken. So I am very conservative in my setups. So Jay is saying, can't I sell short-term puts way out of the money? Well, there is no way out of the money. And unless you're selling, 100 contracts and collecting 10 cents each, and because you can't sell a put way out of the money and collect anything short-term, there's hardly anything. You can do that with Amazon, but then you need a big size account to be able to sell a naked put in Amazon. It is doable. In fact, I have a lot of people with big accounts that are in there. They come to me sidebar, hey, Nick, how can I work this? And I'll say, well, do you want to own Tesla at 600? Sure. Or whatever. It was like 30% below whatever it was trading. And on one bad day in Tesla, he goes, I'm going to buy a call in Tesla. I was like, why are you buying a call in Tesla? Well, I think it's going to rebound. I was like, why don't you sell a put in Tesla? You got the money. Oh, okay. So he sells a put, collects $12. The next day, Tesla stabilizes and bounces a little bit. He buys it back for $8. He just made $4 out of thin air. One contract is $400. So all he needs to do is promise to buy Tesla 30% lower than what it was. You can do that, but you can't do that with every account size. So yes, you can do that, Jay, but it has to be the right person. You can emulate that with a sold put spread. Then you can do that. But short term, there isn't a lot of money that far out of the money. Nice try, though. There's no magic bullet, by the way. I don't promise you a magic bullet. I promise you to learn a system and fine tune it to suit your need. I have people in there that don't do options. They come to me and they ask me, hey, I don't do options. What do you think of this company? Because then I know them. I know what they're asking. So I answer in non-options terms. Okay, so you're thinking about swing trading it up. So yes, this, no, that. Appreciate it. All right, hopefully I'll see you in there, Jay. If you're serious about leveling up your game, the money you're going to have to pay here should not be the hiccup. Unless it's feasibly not feasible, then yeah, I totally understand. Everybody's got different situations, but hopefully I'll see you in there. Well, starting in options, I think you fit right in, Davin. That's my opinion. I mean, you can try it out for 7 days, and 7 days in, decide to bail. It's basically risk-free.
Yeah, and this is just keep in mind what you can make from the trades, but on top of that, the education that you're going to be building on.
Yeah, and here's a question. Perfect. Gary wants to ask, buying DWAC right now would be a mistake? Well, first of all, why do you want to buy DWAC? As an investment or as a trade? What is your time frame on it? For the long term or not? Then I would answer. So if he says, well, I'm looking to trade it, or I love Trump, or I love the fact that it's a social media and it hasn't traded, first learn what the actual, all I heard is Trump and DWAC, and I don't know anything past that. So for me, it's not an investment yet. There is nothing in the P&L. How can you invest in something? So if you say investment, realize that this is not an insult, this is a speculative bet. Why is it speculative? Because in options terms, the price of the stock is completely extrinsic. What does that mean? There's no meat. It's all about an idea going forward. Just like Lucid, just like all those guys that don't have income. They're looking for income. They're looking to establish a business. Yes, the model is proven, blah, 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 but it's all hope for the future. So the way I would do it, Gary, is I would say, okay, I'm willing to lose $1,000 on this. I'm making up this number. The $1,000 may be appropriate for me, maybe not be appropriate for you. I will do X with that $1,000. And if I lose 20%, I'm out. I would not average down in it. I forbid you to average down in a stock that does not have a P&L. I tried to do that with Hyliion. Stop averaging down as soon as it lost 18. Stop averaging down. People wouldn't believe me. I said 6 from 18. They cussed me out. I said, this is not my opinion. This is what the charts are telling me. So here, if you lose 52, it's going to go to 30, in my opinion. If you buy it into 52, it's okay. If it falls to 60, it's okay. If it falls to 52, it's okay. But make your risk X. Don't add to it, and stop out. And in fact, if you decide to risk 1,000, your first purchase should be no more than half. This way you leave room to add later without increasing the risk size. See, I'm not waffling. I'm not increasing the size. I say, okay, I want to risk 1,000. Let me start with 400 right now. This way I can add another 200 lower and another 200 lower. This way I invested the 4,000, but I divvied up. Just be honest with yourself. So from a trading perspective, right now the range is 78 versus first level of support is 62. Second level of hard support is 53. Write those numbers. If it falls into 53, they better buy it, because if they lose that, they're going to go down to the high 30s. If they break from 78, they're going to take a run at 90. If it gets to 96, I'd be out. That's the trading part. So this candle matters. This candle matters. I'm not making this up. Look left. That's not a coincidence. This candle matters. And look. So the truth is in the charts. I promise you, people. I don't even know what they do. I don't even know what they're going to do. I'm telling you how to trade this chart.
That's something that I've been able to take along from your lessons, that
Yep.
the truth is in the price.
Yeah,
Ultimately.
I mean, there's no opinion here. This is what happened. It's not me telling you what happened. This is in fact what the chart is telling me. That's exactly what happened. So we can take direction from that. And look, this is where all the volume was down here. At some point, they're going to come back. So I don't think there has been a SPAC that didn't come back to 10. Not one. Verify that fact. So what are the odds that this is the one that's not going to do it? I tried to buy a $10 put. They didn't have them. I was going to say, it's not that I hate the stock. I was like, what if this one is going to go to 10? The $30 was the lowest one they had. Yep, there we go, $30. So let me go to March and go to 10. Oh, now they have lower ones. Hey, who knows? Oh, now see, those weren't there a couple of days ago. I would buy a $10 put and see what happens. Look, 7 cents. That's a lottery thing. Look, somebody 3,600 today. So somebody has my idea. 7 cents. So how does this win? If the stock crashes down to $10, this 7 cents will turn into $5 or 10. I don't know what it turned into. It depends on how fast it goes. So what does that mean? If I invest one contract, this or 10, it's just a small amount of money. I sit on it and I wait for a miracle. This lottery ticket has almost no chance of happening based on the delta. Look at the delta. It's like not there. There's almost no chance of happening. But what the hell what if it does happen? And this is not my way of, quote, investing. The thesis is there hasn't been a SPAC that didn't go back to $10. That's it. That's the only idea I got for it. So what if this one goes to 10 or 15 or 20? That 7 cents will explode. But this is not a trade where you go in and put $1,000 in, right? Okay. $70 will suffice. All right. I got to go. This has been fun. Hopefully I'll see some of you in there. I know I have newbies in there from this week. We did this earlier. And they're inside and happy. In fact, they were late making comments. 2 people said newbie here, and they're both happy. new here, and then the other one, I'm fairly new myself. So
Yeah, I'm gonna stay here answering questions
check this.
about
This
the chat
person
room
is
and all
new.
that.
I know this person is new. Had another good day, second day here, and I'm very impressed. You all, I didn't pay them to do that. Look, and Lonnie must have helped this person. That's it. So this is, look, my screen. I'm sharing my screen with everything on it. Got nothing to hide. I'm a follow along daily. All right, I'm out. Thank you very much. I'm gonna just stop sharing my screen, or actually leave. I appreciate the support there, and I appreciate you attending.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining in here, Nick. I'm gonna stay here answering
anytime.
some
You know me,
questions.
anytime.
Yeah, I mean, we know that you work really hard for the members, and that's really great. I love it.
Absolutely. All right, see you again later.
All right, Nick. All right, guys. So today's session was pretty great. I hope you enjoyed it. We are going to stay here for a couple more minutes, just answering questions if you have any about. Yeah, Enrique, let me put the link here. 1 second. So this is a little sneak peek of what we do on a regular basis. Um, Today's debate was pretty fun, very constructive, very good. That's really what makes a market, two people, and it's always important, right, to check your things and have a debate, right? If you have a question, ask, and that's really what we're doing in the chat room. We're giving you guys high quality, top notch education so that you guys can become better traders with options. No, this is only for annual, so this is yearly, correct? So the 70% off that we have today, it's actually 78% off. So that discount, you're going to keep it forever. So even if the price goes back up to 2, 3, 4, 5,000, whatever it is, you would still keep the 70% off when you renew. So, hey, thanks, Joseph. It was definitely a great session, very informative. That's what I was telling you guys from the beginning. Like, what else would you want to be doing on a Friday that is more productive? It's a great Friday. It's a great day. Every day is a great day, right? Because you're still here. But on top of that, it's even better when we're actually doing what we love and we're learning together as a community, because we love retail. That's really who we are. And as a retail trader myself, I can tell you that it's pretty great to be able to have these tools and available to you guys, because when it comes to trading, I mean, we all go through ups and downs, but when it comes to options, you can blow up your account. It happened to me twice. And really, until you start taking it seriously like a career, okay, because that's what it is. It's a career. This is not a casino. These are not lotto tickets. We are talking about making consistent revenue, long-term capital account growth. So that's what we're trying to do in the chat room. We're not trying to do lotto tickets. We really, I mean, I talk to people every day that they want to, join, and, it's a single mom or a single dad or a couple trying to get ahead. Like, we really know that you guys are why you're doing this, and we want to help you to be as successful as possible. And that's why we give you the education. Devin put a really nice message there. Let's get to it. Devin says, I just signed up. I'm putting my education and faith in you all. Devin, you deserve a Benzinga welcome. That's how we do it here, Devin. And really, that's really the process, right? I mean, you can't teach yourself. You're welcome, Devin. You can't, like, my mom's a gynecologist. You can't teach yourself to be a gynecologist. There are certain things that will require mentorship and education. That's life. Okay. This is not a very simple 1-2. This is 20 years of experience plus all the tools that you get in the chat room. And to be honest, guys, I mean, you have the chat room there, but we also put in a nice chart, and we're going to be adding a couple more features there on the bottom. So this is an ongoing project. We have a task force already up and going, ready to continue to improve the product. But ultimately, it's Nick, right? Nick is really what you want to get. Nick is what you want if you want to be a successful options trader. It helped me. It's helped. I mean, look at all these people, what they're saying. Arizona Nomad, shout out. She, him or her, new member, had another good day. Good stuff. I mean, that's really what it's all about. Helping each other as a community, working together, trading together. Okay. It's better to have a couple hundred eyeballs on something than to be vacuum trading on your own in like in a room locked in, just looking at news and alerts. Benita, nobody unmuted you. I don't think nobody unmuted you here. So, but Do any of you guys have any questions about the chat room or Nick's strategies or how you can join or whatnot? Anything of that nature, let me know. I'm just going to be here for a couple more minutes and going to close the stream. So yes, there is a 7-day money back guarantee. Make sure you put your questions on the everyone chat and make sure you put everyone so that everybody can see your questions. Nick never leaves. Nick's life is the chat room. Okay. I'm telling you. Just has been Zinger. No, Jay, separate things, but call Rodrigo. Can you trade options 401k? I don't know. It's a good question. And you can ask your brokerage or whoever manages those funds. Yeah, correct. So this is a 7-day money back guarantee. It is going to expire at midnight. So I won't be able to help you after that. In the meantime, right now, you can join and you can take advantage of the 78% off that we have. And you'll be part of Nick's options trading community so that we can trade together. There's nothing better than trading in a group. I'm telling you. Like, and you start holding yourself accountable for things, which is good. You know, you need to be held accountable, right? Responsibility, accountability. It's very important in life. It's also important for trading. And we help each other as traders, right? So let's say you make a little mistake there, somebody can come in, probably very likely it's going to be Nick, but other people there are willing and able to help you and answer any questions that you have, which is great. We've built the best options trading community out there. I can tell you because as an options trader, you know, I tried a couple things out there and none of them worked. And ultimately, Nic Chahine kind of made everything, all the pieces fall together and things start making sense. So it's very important to really keep that mindset of always trying to learn, always trying to improve, because you're never going to know it all. And the moment you get to that point in life where you think you know it all, that is when you're going to get knocked out. So as a trader, you have to be humble, check your egos at the door. And remember, we're all here learning and earning. And that's what it's, you know, you're never going to be 100% successful in every single trade. That's never going to happen. We need to take into account that there is a risk in the market. And that's why we trade the way we trade. We're not looking for lotto tickets. We're looking for consistent account growth. Uh, Muhammad is asking, how long will this project last? So this project is ongoing. It's not stopping. We're in the chat room every single day, even Sundays. Okay. What's the last time you heard somebody giving you coaching on options, private sessions on a Sunday, let alone what we're doing here on a Friday? Okay. Like this is very, very good for you guys to actually engage and learn and take what you can from this, because Nick is a great mentor. He's a great educator. He knows about options. He understands risk management. And that's like half of the equation when it comes to trading. Um, Greg is asking, we come back to this chat room to get the link for this. No, 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 no. So this chat in the Zoom that we're doing, this is not the actual session that we do on Sundays. This is, look, guys, we're just giving you a sneak peek. That's really what it is. The actual chat room session that we have is the link is only posted for chat members. So only chat members have access to it. It's not a public link. It's not like everybody can join. This is literally only for chat members. And we obviously take a more personalized approach because we are talking to active members and we are going over their active trades, getting ready for the coming week, going over the week, recapping what happened in the week, going over the news. Things happen like every single week or two. You have big numbers coming out from the economy, and those numbers move the market. So being on top of all these things, trading with a community, and remember, these are all verified Benzinga traders. Greg just signed up. That's awesome, Greg. I love it. I appreciate it. And just because of that, you get a Benzinga welcome, sir. So basically, that's what we're doing. We're going over trades. We're going over strategies. We give you, well, Nick is giving you guys feedback on your trades and strategies. It's a three-way street. It's a three-way street. You talk to Nick, he talks to you, and you talk to the other awesome members that we have there that are very happy to be there. Like I know a lot of people that got into the chat room, and I can tell you, like, they're all hungry to learn and, trade options profitably, right? There are people, I've talked to people that have been doing it for 20, 30 years. They're still negative, and you don't want to hear the number. So it doesn't matter if you've been doing it for 10, 20 years. What matters is, are you profitable long term? I'm not talking about one lotto ticket you got. I'm talking long term. So if you don't have the right strategy, if what you're doing is not working for you, and you want to find a better way to trade options, a less risky, okay? It's a less riskier way of trading options. Join the chat room. If you want to trade with a community side by side, make friends and everything, talk to Nick about options, trades, feedbacks, strategies, all that stuff, join the chat room. If you want to be part of our community, join the chat room. We go on Sundays, every single Sunday, and it's a great session. I always attend, and I always make sure to have my pen and paper out there because I know that I know what I'm getting. I know the value that I'm getting. But you got to understand, not everybody's going to see that value sometimes, because to the untrained eye, what makes sense to you will not make sense to them. So once you start getting the grip of things, once you start trading with us and understanding the strategies that we do and how we approach the market, that's when you'll really start seeing, that everything come together, all of the pieces coming together. Because you talk to a cardiologist who can do surgeries on hearts, he knows what he's looking at and he understands the importance of what he's doing. If you put somebody who's not a cardiologist, they won't know what they're doing. They won't know what to look for and what not to look for. And as an options trader, you need to know what to look for, how to improve your trading, how to learn from people that are doing this profitably, consistently for decades. Stop following Reddit, stop following Wall Street Bets. You know that that's not good. Deep down, we all know, okay? But we have to be responsible. We encourage responsible trading. We encourage education for trading, and we want you guys to be successful. So let's go over a couple of questions here. Yeah, Mohammed. So yeah, we're giving a complimentary laptop as well for everybody that signs up before midnight. Before midnight, okay? It is like 8 p.m. here, Eastern time in Florida. So you have a couple hours, and it's actually Pacific time. So if you're watching from Cali, that's fine. We'll give you a break. It's midnight Pacific time, Cali time. So Greg, yeah. So to answer your question, Greg, basically the chat room is totally separate from what we're doing here. What we are doing here right now is different. We are just giving you guys a sneak peek behind the curtains of what we do every day in the chat room. And trust me, it's very engaging. People have fun. People make money. You make friends, you build relationships, you talk to Nick, you improve your options trading game. That's what it's all about. I mean, you want to be a successful trader? You're not going to do it on your own. You're not going to do it by yourself in a room. You need a community. And I've seen the results, not just in myself, but in other people that have joined the chat room. And, I get a ton of emails and voicemails of people just like, thank you, Rodrigo, all that stuff. But it's good to see that you guys are having results. That's what I'm trying to say. It's good to see that you guys are improving. And the guys that are members here, they already know. Okay. If you're new, come on, join us and find out. You'll see for yourself. How many members, John? We have about a couple hundred. I don't know the exact number. But it's really at a very, very comfortable point right now, really. So enjoy it while it's there. We haven't closed the cap. We will be closing the admission status for people to join once it gets too big, but we're not there yet. Does that make sense? Like, we're going to cap it once we get to a certain level of members. So get in while you can, pretty much. That's what I'm saying. All right. Does that make sense, Greg? Let me know, John. Greg Miller, followed to the link, signed up to the chat room. Awesome, Greg. Awesome. That's the spirit. That's what I love to see, everybody in the community engaging. Welcome to the community, man. Welcome to the options inner circle community. A bunch of fun people, a bunch of people that love trading options, including myself and Nick and you. And we all do it together as a community. And that's pretty awesome. You can't, I mean, come on. You know it's awesome to actually have a crew that you're, talking about XYZ and stocks and all that stuff and options. And people you can actually verify traders. Okay. This is not a pump and dump chat room like you have on StockTwits or Reddit or Wall Street Bets, where you have a bunch of bots, where you have a bunch of fake accounts, just spreading FUD. So this chat room is curated, filtered, so that you only have real people, real traders like Greg, like Anna, like John, like Greg, like Nick, like me. Retail. Remember, we're all about retail. So all of you guys are part of our family. And that's really what we're trying to do here. We're building the largest educated options trading community in the world. Trust me on that. I know people from every single country you can think of that has joined. And it's great to see that all you guys are trying to, get ahead and improve your options trading game. Okay, Benita, I have to learn zero, so I'm wondering if it's the right course for me. Absolutely, Benita. I'd say it's probably the only course you should take because you saw the poll results, all right? More than half of the people here are new, and it's okay. We're all trading together. We're all learning together. Everybody, it's a community. Never feel alone. That's, we have a strict policy of no trader left behind. And we apply it to everything that we do, top bottom approach. And I can tell you the chat room with Nick is no exception. We always make sure that you guys have the right help you need, the right format. That's why we give you sessions on Sunday. Okay. Who the hell gives you anything on Sunday? All right. We want to give you guys the best experience, the best value out there. That's why we go above and beyond. You're welcome, Joe. I appreciate you. Greg, I'm pumped up. I can't wait to see you guys there in the chat room, man. It's a process. It's a learning curve. So like your learning curve is just going to go bonkers right now. And that's what happened to me. Like, as retail traders, right? If you're trying to do everything the free way, and I'm talking from experience, all right? If you're trying to get everything the free way, you will end up being just like every other retail trader. 100%. Once you start talking to people that have been doing this successfully for decades and have a verified track record, okay? Once you start doing that, that's when you're going to separate yourself from the bunch. And that's what you want to do. You don't want to be part of the crowd. You want to stand out. Okay. A lot of the things I say apply to life as well. But, I am talking about the stock market. Following the crowd is never a good idea. I mean, very, very typical that you'll be buying what somebody who made tons of profits is ready to sell. So we always have to keep a lot of that in mind. Ron, you're impressed. Awesome. I'm impressed too, man. This is a great group we have here tonight. Man, I wish we could go on forever. A lot of you guys seem pretty fun and engaging. Devon, shout out to you. Anna, so the chat room is, we focus on options, but we talk about Ethereum, we talk about Bitcoin, we talk about the economic numbers, we talk about everything, but we trade options. That is what we do, that we are options traders. So now if you have a question about a stock and it doesn't have options, well, just buy the stock. But ultimately, you got to remember, as options traders, we are risking 100% of the trade. So we do need to have our due diligence in check. Otherwise, you get out of the market. You get wiped out. That's simple. So we always have to be extra careful, especially when we're trading options. And the good thing is that we're not doing any risky lotto ticket trades. We're not. We're actually doing like conservative trades that make sense, that have a 90% win rate. And on top of that, like if it's not enough, right? Like if a 90% win rate is not enough, all right, you guys are spoiled. You also get the education on top of every trade. On top of every trade, man. You know, like how bad I wish I had this when I started trading options. It took like a big chunk of my account to learn the lessons that I wish I would have just learned by joining the chat room. And I talk to people every day, and for the size, like I've heard people that have lost 400 grand, 300 grand. And all you got to do is join a chat room for like 1,200 and like save yourself from like misery, literally. So don't try to go through this together. Don't try to teach, don't try to Nostradamus yourself. You have to get mentorship at one point, sooner or later. Better sooner, because later your account will not be what it was. Let's just leave it there. No, Z, we don't have any issues with the laptops for sure. Yep, after the 7 days, we'll send you a form and you'll be able to put in your address. We'll send it to you. So yeah, the laptop is included till midnight. So Davin says, after trading solo for a while with some success, but then a 6-month, 40% loss run, I'm excited to get a community team to trade with. I clearly have lots to learn. I'm eager to be successful. That's the mindset, my friend. That's the mindset. You got to keep that mindset and protect it. Okay. You know what you're getting into. It's a commitment because we are committed to helping you. And you do your part. We do our part. and you bank. It's that simple. We want to make sure that you guys not just have all the tools you need, but also have the education to back that, right? It becomes better. You get more value. You can give tools to somebody, but without the education, they won't know what to do with it. And you can give the education to somebody without the tools and they won't know how to use the tools. So you kind of have to close all the gaps. That's my personal recommendation. Like, learn everything that you can, the economics of things, the technical side of things, the fundamental side of everything. Try to learn as much as you can. And the chat room is a great place for that, because because it is a really, it's a good environment where you can actually ask questions without fear of like somebody dogging on you, to put it that way. Like, if you go to a public pump and dump chat, ask a question, you'll see what I'm talking about. A lot of you guys already know. You can't really trust anybody there, to be honest. It's very likely a fake account. But in the chat room with Nic Chahine, it's Nick. You know Nick. We know, everybody here knows Nick. He's been doing this for decades. And as an options trader myself, I can tell you that it's a very, very good community. I don't know any other community out there that is like what we have. I don't. If you do, let me know. And I promise you, it will not be like what we have. Giving you time on Sundays, giving you sessions like today, workshops on Friday. That's pretty cool. I wish somebody would have helped me like that. But, Benzinga clearly goes out of its way to help you guys as retail traders to be more successful. That's what this is. I want you guys to be clear on what we're doing here. This is an educational options workshop. The point is for you to improve your options trading so that you can be more profitable as a trader, AKA have a bigger account. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice of Benzinga, if you ask me. So let's see. We got some more questions here. Davin, now that I send it, what's my next step to join the chat? Davin, you're a part of the chat, man. You've always been part of the chat and deep down inside, you know that. You've always been part of the family. So the chat's open right now. It's open. So if you want to join in, you got to welcome. Once you join, all right. So once you join, guys, you're going to get like a welcome email. It's going to go over some of the things there, like, the links on how to join. And if you ever have any questions, suggestions, or feedback, you call me, you email me, and we'll take care of it. We have a task force that is basically in charge of adding more and more and more and more features to the chat room so that it becomes a way, way better experience so that you guys can enjoy it. But obviously, right now you can get it and it's 78% off. That's right now though, tonight. Okay, let's go over some more questions. Bonita's asking, do we get the videos? How does it work? Yeah, you get all the videos. You get everything. You get absolutely everything that we have. Okay. You're getting everything Nic Chahine, period. Everything. This man, I don't even know when he sleeps, to be honest. It's always stocks. And a lot of people I know are like that. And that's pretty cool because ultimately you kind of want to follow and trade with somebody who's all in. Does that make sense? Like, would you want to trade with somebody that is not all in on helping you? I wouldn't. I would never want to do that. I don't think you guys should either. But if you got somebody like Nick that's there all day, early in the morning, giving you a game plan, pre-market, giving you full market updates, full educational videos on how to trade, what to look for, what not to look for, all the different types of option trades, what is a call, what is a put, what is a credit put spread, all these things that he's giving you guys on top of the trades and the education. That's a different scenario. It's like when you went to college and you had that lazy teacher that all he did was go through a PowerPoint and never explained anything. Okay, we've all had that teacher, and nobody likes them. I always like the teacher that goes above and beyond to help. The teacher that gives you real life scenarios, that takes time out of their day to explain a concept. We all love those teachers, right? And then add a type of teacher that actually has been doing what he's teaching successfully. And then you got it all. That's when you have it all. When you have a mentor, imagine, would you want to be taught from a mentor that's never done it, let alone successfully, right? No, you wouldn't. And if you would, you got to change the way you think. If you ever want to follow anybody that's good at what they do, follow them because of how good they are and all the effort and time that they put into it. So obviously Nick is all in. like 7 in the morning, he's already like texting me about stocks. We're talking about trades. I have trades that I put myself, and I always ask him, like, if I'm unsure about something, but I follow his trades, and I've been doing that for a while. Raul, thanks for the $2, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, the video is going to be here. We're going to keep it on YouTube. Yeah. So you're getting all of that with Nic, and you're getting the community, which honestly, you can't price it. I mean, if you want to price it, I don't know, try trading without it and blow up your account. I don't want to risk that. I don't. Um, and at the end of the day, you got to understand that if you are not following people that are successful at it, and you're doing it on your own and it's not working, you repeating that motion of doing the same thing and not working is called insanity. That's the definition of insanity. Doing something over again, expecting different results that's probably the direct definition. I don't want you guys to do that. I want you guys to be successful. Okay. I blew up my account twice. It's not a good feeling. Okay. There's a lot of emotions involved. I don't want you guys to go through that. I don't want you guys to learn by blowing up your account. And I mean this as a human being. Like, you've worked so hard to get the money that you have. Don't gamble it. Literally, like don't gamble it. Don't fall into that pressure, into that peer pressure. Be responsible. Trade responsibly. Get the education, because we're giving it to you, and it's great top level education. People pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for education, and they can't even get a job. You're actually paying for like a fraction of another fraction on working on a skill set that literally is making you money, long-term capital account growth. This is the one class you can take and be successful. So I know you guys are going to get a lot out of the class. I know I have already. Gary, what is the free gift? Yeah, so that's going to be sent out in an email, Gary. John, I got a lot of value already from today's session. To make good on your promise to provide a gift, what are you doing? The talk was already. Yeah, so I mean, that's going to be sent by email, correct, John? All right, Jorge, thanks for joining, Jorge. I love it, man. We're all part of the community. It's very fun. Trust me, you're going to have fun. People are lit, like they're lit there in the chat. And of course, I got to give you the official welcome. Glad you joined, Jorge. Definitely appreciate all the work you guys are doing here. Take your education serious, you guys. Stop trying to wing it, please. Like, that's so irresponsible. And I don't know about you, but I don't like blowing up my account. So as like, one trader to another, here's my suggestion. Okay. Trade with people that are verified, right? Trade with people that have verifiably been successful doing what they do. Trade with a community. I really can't emphasize that enough. Like, trading with a community is the best thing that ever happened to me. With a solid community, right? And then you take a different approach to things, because you have a group of people that you're friends with and that you are actually going over trades and all that stuff, which is very cool. These sort of things didn't exist a couple of years ago. Very recently they did, thanks to a lot of the work on the back end in Benzinga. Shout out to Vin, shout out to Neil. They've been doing a lot of work here to get you guys these great, awesome services that I am a big fan of, and a lot of you guys are. So good stuff, Jorge. We'll see you guys in the chat room there. Does anybody have any other questions here for me? It's a Friday night. I don't mind staying. You tell me what you guys want to do. If you have a question or anything about Nic or the chat room, let me know. I'll give you guys a couple seconds there. Well, we've recently got a lot of new members, so shout out to all you guys. JD Sathi, shout out. Jonathan Carroll, shout out, man. I saw you in the chat. Keep being engaged, Jonathan. I noticed that from you. Keep being engaged. Keep asking questions. Okay? If you don't ask questions, you're never going to learn. And if you don't learn, what are you doing? Right? Catherine, welcome, Catherine. Good to have you here. W9FKB. Davin, can't forget about Davin. Davin's the man. All right. So All right, a couple of more. Brandon's asking for the link to join. I'm gonna put it here in the chat, Brandon. All right, Brandon. It's there in the chat. I could ask questions all day long, but I'll spare you the Friday evening. Devin, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. But honestly, like you guys are my date. Like honestly, when I'm here doing these sessions, I get pumped, I get excited. I love it being with you guys here, learning, trading, talking about stocks, talking about making money. Like that's probably the only conversation that I want to have. And having it with you guys here makes it a lot better because the community aspect of it really drives me, honestly. Um, but Davin, you have the chat room to ask questions all day. Jay is asking, what's the percentage of day trades that go? Well, I mean, how many do you want to take, right? But we're not day trading options. I mean, we're not. No, we're not day trading options. I'll tell you that for sure. Now, if your stock goes up 50%, 30% in one day, then sell it. But we're not planning on selling the next day. Nope. Bonita, I'll see you Sunday, Bonita, too. We're gonna be having an awesome session as well. We're gonna have the session with Nick. So Davin is the Davin's the man. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for giving me back my Friday night, Davin. I'm just kidding. Jay, I can't. Cool. All right, 3 strikes. Yeah, PDT's 3 strikes. I believe so. Unless you want to go jumping from broker to broker. But it's 90 days. Like if you violate that rule, it's like I think you like they will put it back to normal in 90 days. So and trust me, a lot of us traders go through that. Yeah, Jay, you already blew up an account. Well, I mean, I'm one more ahead of you, but it's not a competition, all right? But you get what I'm saying. You've lived it. A lot of people have never lived it, so they don't know it. They don't believe it. They just can't fathom the fact that they would lose 100% of their money. They probably think there's some safety net to prevent them from doing that, but there isn't. The market will take your money every day. It doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care if that's your kid's college fund. It doesn't care if that's your wife's savings or your grandmother's savings. It will take it away from you in 1 second. So you have to trade with a community. You have to trade with a group. That's probably the best thing because from there you're going to get a lot of other benefits. But the overall thing of trading with a community is what gives you all of those things. So Jay, I mean, you're not the only one. I talked to, look, I've said this quite a few times, but yeah, I talked to a lot of traders around the world and you'd be surprised. A lot of them have blown up their account as well. It's not an uncommon thing for options traders, but it typically happens when you are starting to trade options, when you are new. So if you want to start and make money, join the chat. If you want to lose money and blow up your account, don't join the chat. That's as simple as I can put it, guys. Greg is asking if I suggest trading view. I don't know. You can look it up and see if you like it. Everybody has different tastes. Personally, I just need a basic chart, man. Price, volume. That's all I care about. And maybe an RSI. That's it. I don't try to complicate it too much. The bigger picture is behind the chart from what I think. But if you like it, you can use it. That's up to you. Okay, so if everybody's looking at the chat, you can see there are all the messages where everybody's talking to Nick. Some people, you can see there that people are pretty thankful. I love all the questions that Lonnie. I know Lonnie. Lonnie is a very cool individual. So if you're watching, Lonnie, shout out to you. So Lonnie's saying, I love all the questions that pop up here. Even when I think I understand, I learned something new when Nick and everyone else chimes in. This is exactly what I am trying to explain to you guys. It's very hard for me to explain an experience. It's not easy in general, but I'm trying to describe to you the experience of trading with a community, a like-minded community where we're all trading options, we're all helping each other. That feeling that you get, it's hard to explain it, but it's a good feeling. It's a warm, fuzzy feeling. This is your home. As a trader, Benzinga is your home, especially if you're retail. Okay, guys, does anybody else have other questions? I know it's a Friday night. I know you guys are tired, but we still got more work to do, right? We still got Monday coming up, and we got to get ready for the earnings season that's still in progress. So can't lose sight of the goal. All right. So let me know if you guys have any other questions. Otherwise, we'll just be closing the stream here in a bit. And you guys can go ahead, make sure to join the chat room. If you don't join the chat room and you blow up your account, don't say I didn't tell you so. All right. Don't say I didn't tell you so, because I did. I'm telling you. No, Carol, it's different. Webull is a brokerage. I love Webull, to be honest. I think we've had the CEO for interviews. He's very, very, very smart people working there, for sure. They're always coming up with new things, and I like it. I do like trading since 4 a.m. I do wake up very early and start trading, like when everybody else is sleeping, and I do my research at that time. So, yeah, I do like them. I do like them, Carol. But that's really just to put the trade. That's really the all right. So this is what you will eventually find out after you've been trading for many years. You will have one thing that you like, one application or whatever you want to call it for this reason. And then you're going to have another application for another reason. And this is what I'm trying to basically emphasize here. You will use Webull to make a trade. All right. But your trade ideas, your community, right? Trading with a community, getting feedback on your strategies, on your trades, talking about tickers, talking about stocks, options, talking about the market, the economy that's happening, how that's impacting the markets, talking about Bitcoin, whatever it is. That is where you get your trade ideas from. That is your trading community. That's what we are. Okay. And then you just go make the trade in Webull or wherever you want. You can use whatever you want. All right. So Jonathan's asking, how would I play Tesla at these levels? I don't know. I'm not playing it. I'm in long term. I trade options. That's what I do to trade. But then I have a separate portfolio, which is just for long-term investments. And I do have Tesla there. It's like one of my biggest winners right now. So I'm very bullish on Tesla. If you're bearish, you just stop trading. Anand is asking if there's a monthly payment option available. So Anand, we only have a yearly subscription. So we don't do it month to month. It's for the year, which actually gets you a better concept really of what the subscription is, really what we're doing here. And it's for a full year that we do that. So you do keep the discount even when you renew the next year. That's correct. And if you have any questions, you can always call me or email me. That's more than fine. I probably will have to get back to you on Monday, but if you need me to, or anybody here, we can get back to you here on a weekend. That's fine. You just let us know. Let me know, and I'll give you a call Sunday, Saturday. It doesn't matter. Okay, so I put the link in there, Anand. You can see it there. Davin showing up in the chat room already. Man, Davin's quick. All right. Okay, guys, does anybody else have any other questions here? I've definitely had a great time with you guys. I'm not gonna lie. I've had a lot of fun. I definitely enjoyed the conversation that we had today. I enjoyed the input from you guys, everything that you guys bring in to the community. None of this would be possible without you guys. So I want to take a moment to appreciate you guys for being here with us and learning with us and taking your options trading career seriously, because that's what it is. It's a career. It's not a casino. It's not a gamble. We're trying to make real income here, guys. So I guess at this point, we're kind of dry here with the questions. So I guess we'll leave it here for tonight. If you join the chat room already, make sure that when you go to the session is on Sunday, like Nick said, but make sure you go to the chat room and ask for the link so you can join, because that link, we only put it in the chat room. So it's only for members. And considering what's happening in the markets today, this call that we have on Sunday is going to be a big one. Okay, I'm not going to lie. It's going to be a big one. It's a big call on Sunday. And as a chat member, I think you should join, because, you're paying for it. So join it and listen to it and engage, ask questions and learn and find ways to become a better trader. But you have to do, there are things that we can't force you to do. Like if you don't want to join the session on Sundays, well, what are we going to do? But if you do join it, you're going to learn more and you're going to be more profitable and more successful in the long term. So yeah, that's the part of me telling you, go join the chat room and go join the session, because I want you to be successful, but you're not going to be successful if you're lazy. Okay. So the more time you put into it, the better results you're going to get. That's life. All right. But we're giving you as much help as we can here with the sessions on Sunday. The chat room's open 24/7. There's no break. You get a game plan in the morning. You get a weekly video recap session, daily videos, daily picks. My God, like how spoiled can a retail trader be? Seriously, that's how I'm looking at it. So definitely a big spoil here tonight for you guys. The deal is on till midnight. And Davin's asking what time Sunday. So I believe Nick said 10 a.m. Eastern, I believe. But you can always check in the chat. You can always see there. I mean, you're there in the chat, Devin, so you already know. But there's some very nice positive messages here that I'm seeing from people. And it's very good to see that, people are getting value out of it. People obviously are making money out of it. Otherwise, we don't have so many people there. Wow, SPX, look at this comment from Archie. Archie's a cool dude. SPX 4607. I am glad I didn't short it. Thanks, Nic Chahine. Well, saved another account for blowing up today. And that's what we're trying to do. We are trying to help you avoid making silly mistakes that otherwise you would do on your own, which will lead to account destruction. And you don't want that. You've worked way too hard to lose your money. Okay? You worked very hard to get it. Don't go ahead and just throw it all out there, just pissing it off like you're gambling. Be smart about it. Okay? And by being smart, I mean do the steps that you need to take. Take all the steps you need to take in order to be a successful trader. And by that, I mean join the community. Join what we're doing. Trade with us. Learn with us. Go over the material that we're giving you guys every single day. We're tracking the markets every single day, morning to morning, night to night, evening to evening. We are there nonstop. There's no vacation. There's no breaks, because you want to grow your account every day. So that's why we're there every day, even on Sundays and Fridays like today. So Davin, I hope. Okay, you like that answer, Devin. Awesome. I know you're gonna have fun in the chat room, Devin. You definitely strike me as that kind of person. And Nick is more than willing and happy to do this, like sacrificing his weekends. He's got a family and everything, and it's like, but he's got like a real family, like a DNA family, but then he has the Benzinga family. All right. And that's what you guys are all part of, the Benzinga family. You're part of the family. We appreciate you guys for being here. We love that you guys are here interacting with us, learning, educating yourselves, because nobody else is going to do it for you, right? So that's why we're here giving you all the resources and materials so that you guys can improve. And just to clarify, in case you just joined, we just had an insanely awesome session with Nic Chahine. We went over the markets. We talked about bearish ideas, bullish ideas. We had a little debate. We're talking about stocks. We're talking about the Apple ad policy, how that might impact some tech stocks. And that's what it's about. That's really what it's all about. Having a discussion, a debate, or whatever you call it, with different points of views so that everybody can get clarity, because a lot of you guys, number one, enjoyed that conversation, but a lot of you guys had similar questions. So we all have similar questions in our head. And that's like what we do in the chat room. We talk about all these things. We talk about different things that are happening and how do we approach them and how do we trade them. We're not sitting on the sidelines. We're taking action every single day based on the news, based on what the market is giving us, and we position ourselves accordingly. And then we go to the session on Sundays and we adjust the portfolio. Not only do we adjust the portfolio, but we recap on the week, on the news that happened. And we also have a plan for the next week. So it's all on a plan. We have a full-on plan, full strategy, full-on community support. We have live customer support as well. Shout out to Jacob and Jake. We have a full team here. If you have questions or like need help joining the chat room or need help accessing the chat room, whatever it is, we're here for you. Okay. We've always been here for you guys. So at this point, I think you guys have had a good time here. I've had an awesome time. It's a Friday. Go enjoy your weekend, study, read, go over charts, and get ready for Monday. Okay. And if you're in the chat room already, which a lot of you guys are, join the session on Sunday. Okay, please join. You're gonna learn. You're gonna learn a lot, and all this means is you're gonna make money. Okay, sound good? Appealing enough? All right, got it. So Devin, I will see you Sunday for sure, and Nick's very happy to see you there as well. So guys, we're gonna wrap it up here. And any other questions that you guys have, call, email, we put in the number there. I'm going to throw it one last time here in the Zoom chat. If you want to join, deal expires at midnight. Can't do anything after that. And any questions, just call me or email me. Be more than happy to help you. So thanks a lot, guys, for joining. And we'll see you guys on the next time. Okay, all right. I had to come back. I had to come back here, guys. Maheen's got a question. What's your question, Maheen? What is the question, Maheen? Let me know. Let me know. Really quick. Really quick. What is the question on the Zoom chat? We're all waiting for you for your question, Maheen, so you know, okay? Let's hear it. Let's hear your question. You're curious now. Okay. I mean, I kind of want to know what that question is. Oh, about the Zing token? Just send me an email. Send me an email. Okay. Yeah. Shoot me an email. All right, guys. All right. So now it's official. Now it's over. And glad you guys joined. And Maheen, I'll see you there in the chat room. All right, guys.